Good afternoon. I am Denis Buczynski, the head of the Foundation of the Social Innovations. Good afternoon. I'm Denis Buczynski. I'm the head of the Foundation of the Social Innovations in Ukraine, and it's an honor to me to open our activities within the framework of a large program, European Dimension, the game with the positive balance. Today, on the 18th of June, we start our first forum within the framework of this program. And the forum, which is dedicated to an extremely important topic, the humanity face and the topic of, recreating the individual under the new conditions and the conditions of the war and the challenges which the war brought to this country. And this forum is called the Church, the State, and the Society. And today we are going to discuss the ethical issues which relate to this context and to this name. Three panels are going to operate during this forum, and three panels are going to include the stories, the set of stories, their own stories. And the unique people are going to participate, philosophers, the clergy, the practitioners. And the first panel is going to be moderated by a person with the high spiritual values, the person who is doing a lot to develop the spirituality in the Ukrainian information context. And the moderator of the first panel is going to be Yuri Kovalenko, and the moderator of the second panel of today's forum, the very well-known scientist, philosopher, an individual who did a lot to strengthen the relations between Ukraine and the rest of the world would become stronger. And this is Oleg Turiy, and today he is going to come today to the studio from the city of Lviv. And the third panel is going to be moderated by the Ukrainian philosopher who did a lot for the anthropology of philosophy will become much popular and much more interesting. And Taras Lupe is going to close today's discussion, today's forum during the third panel. I would like to wish everyone very interesting senses and actually opening the new senses for each person. And I would like to wish you a fruitful discussion. I am Georgi Kovalenko, and I am the rector of the Open Orthodox University of the Wisdom of Saint Sophia, and I am the priest of the Ukrainian church, and we actually started a project, God Against War, on the platform. And just from this studio, I'm going to leave and to attend the assembly of the civil officers. And this is another project, one of a lot we are implementing during the war now. We are trying thus to support the information front, the media front, the cultural front, and the spiritual, after all, front. And a lot in our communities during these months, the months of the war, has changed. And we are going to talk about it today. And the speakers, the guests of our today's panel are Mr. Igor Kozlovsky, the Ukrainian philosopher, the specialist in religious law, the individual who quite early has, much earlier than us, have faced the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, and its penal system. And for 2 years, he has spent in incarceration in Donetsk. The second speaker of this panel is Yuri Chernomorets. He's a philosopher and a specialist in religion, and he is the professor of National Pedagogical University, which is named after Dragomanov. And during the war, and he was a sniper, and he is a sniper. And we are going to discuss this topic as well, how it is possible to consolidate the philosophy with the military practice. And the next speaker And the guest is Mr. Vyacheslav Lushkov. He is a coordinator of the cooperation with the religious communities of the Committee of Ukraine for the Freedom of Conscience and the State Policy in this area. But we know him very well. He's a philosopher, and he also represents the state institutions which works on the issues of the religious and national communities of Ukraine. And online, the Father Andrei Pinchuk is going to join us. He is a priest of the Dnipropetrovsk diocese of the Ukrainian church, and he is initiator of the requirement to carry out the International Church Tribunal over Patriarch Cyril, and actually to consider the ideology of the Ruski Mirs, the Russian world, as heretic. And Murad Suleimanov is going to be with us. He is an acting of the chief mufti of Ukraine, of the spiritual department of the Muslims Ummah. And we are going to discuss with him the topics, how various religious communities are participating in this war, and how the international religious communities are supporting Ukraine in our struggle and our fight. I would like to open this panel with actually looking at the statistics, statistical information. We almost daily can see what are the losses of the occupational armies. Sometimes we even get the information about the statistics of the losses of the Ukrainian military men. And we constantly hear about the statistics of the losses of our civil citizens, children, during this war. And the number of children who already have been killed is about 400 children. And I looked at the statistics this morning in the news. Now I would like also to discuss the losses of the religious communities, the actual destruction of the temples, churches, the synagogues, the mosques, and prayer houses, and the deaths of the priests, and after all, the faithful believers, because they also are being killed. And this is part of the religious communities. And some of our religious communities are being lost with the hundreds of the yesterdays. And I would like to ask Mr. Vyacheslav Gorshkov to comment on this statistic. If there is such a statistics, and where the state service is actually maintaining the statistics, and what we know about the losses of the religious communities in particular. The State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Policies and Freedom of Conscience since the beginning of the war is monitoring the situation as for the losses of various religious communities. And well, this is being done not only by our service, but also the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine and Information Policy, their relevant departments and NGOs have joined this process. And this is very important because the information about the losses actually are being provided by very different sources. So we have to coordinate our position and change this information, check the information, verify the information. And on regular basis, we are publishing on our site and also submit to other government authorities the reports about the losses. And we have also developed an interactive map in Google. And the latest data which we have posted are 139 destroyed and damaged the prayer houses and churches of various religious communities. And you can see this map. These are the, well, the temples of the religious confession and Muslim and Jewish, and everybody is suffering from this war. And the more intensive the battles are, and the more intensive the shelling is, the more destruction happens in various oblasts of Ukraine. At present, we have it happens in the 13 oblasts of Ukraine. Even in Lviv oblast, one of the churches was destroyed during to the shelling by the missiles. and 10 buildings have been completely destroyed and they cannot be restored, but some of them have various level of damage, and sometimes they are minor, like for example the glass was broken in the windows, but sometimes the damages are so serious that it will be necessary to invest a lot of money into reconstruction so that it can be used again. And we can see various colors on this map. These are different confessions, different religious communities. Which religious community is losing the most? The Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate is losing, and out of 134, 93 are belong to this confession. Then 15 of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and 17 the Protestant churches are losing 2 buildings of the Greek Catholic Church have been destroyed, and Roman Catholic churches, 3 of them have been destroyed, 4 synagogues and 4 synagogues and 4 mosques. But this is the data as of the 9th of June, and at present the statistics are different, unfortunately. And I think about 150 religious buildings have been destroyed and damaged. And what about the people? What about the priests? And but this is more difficult to establish. We know that about 10 priests or workers of the religious communities have been kidnapped, or they have been actually imprisoned, and some of them were returned, some of them have not been returned, and they're still incarcerated. And this data is being changed, and not always it is possible to get the very specific information. Sometimes the information is lagged, has a lag in its delivery. And this is also the victims among the Catalans, and quite even the monks of the Kiev-Pechersk monastery. They were not chaplains. They simply were doing their usual work within the usual life of the monastery. And they actually were paying tribute to the Moscow Patriarch while they were killed by the Russian shelling. Yes, this is the policy of Russia. They never look at whom they are killing. They're killing everyone. You were talking about the kidnapped priests and the rest. Is it taking place in the occupied areas? Do we have information about that? Well, wherever the Russian troops are occupying the Ukrainian territory, it happens immediately, almost immediately. And if the church, which quite openly is opposing the Moscow Patriarch or religious organization, has more chances to be just attacked by the Russian troops, because they are going to be the first to be attacked, because they are openly supporting the Ukrainian statehood. They are protecting it, and they are helping the military men. And when these facts become known to the occupationists, they actually immediately act. So we can see that the religious community also suffer as well as the other communities, and they are being shelled, the buildings of the various confessions, as same as schools and the hospitals. And the Russian military machine does not spare anyone, but while declaring that they are protecting the Russian-speaking population. I would like to go over from the statistics to actually understanding what's going on, because we have a semantic forum. We have to talk about the senses, we have to talk about the symbols and the meaning on various words and various actions. And for me, it was quite a revelation since the beginning of the war, even prior to the war. I made the following revelation. All the religious communities have changed, and actually the religious science has changed. It has become a little bit different. Maybe we have not realized everything about it, but for me, it's very demonstrative. Since the Soviet time, we know that the Protestants are all pacifists. They were not, they did not want to serve in the Soviet army. If they did, they were never using the weapons. But the impression is that now the Ukrainian Protestants are slightly different from the Soviet Protestants, though they just continue their tradition. And I would like to ask Igor, who is the scientist who has been researching this topic for years, is this my personal opinion, or maybe really something has changed in the religious communities at present, in our religious communities, and in general in the communities during the war? Definitely. And this is related not only to what's happening now, but during the period of the independence of Ukraine has been transforming the conscience of Christians at large and the Protestants in particular. And we have to recall that historically it happened so that the Protestants who have been operating in the territory of Ukraine starting from the 19th century, together with the evangelistic church, are also, perceiving the German pietism. And it's not only about the evangelism which is coming, but also the understanding which has been developed in the European space, the Pietists, the Puritans, the British Puritans, as for the new view and vision of the pacifist, which was not characteristic of Christianity for a long time. And it brought about the following situation. The Protestants were shaped up together with the understanding, and this is the way they were reading and understanding the Holy Script, this understanding of don't kill. And also, on the other hand, that they were actually outside the civil life of the Russian Empire and in the Soviet Union, and they were prosecuted, and they were perceiving the state as the state which does not be, to which they not belong to. And they said that they are not the citizens of the state where we live, but we are kind of generally, they have the citizenship, the international one. But during the independence of Ukraine, not only the old Protestants have changed, but also the emergence of the new one. We were talking about the charismatic movements and the churches of the full evangel, and different understanding came of the responsibility for one's state, for their state, and more higher inclusion into the processes as part of the civil society. And they consider themselves as the proactive part of the civil society. And it could have been seen since the beginning of 2014. And I paid attention to it when in Donetsk there was the marathon, and prayer marathon was carried out until the August of 2014. And then they went under, they became clandestine. And there were not only the Orthodox churches, but the representatives of the Kiev Patriarchate and Ukrainian Catholic Church and Roman Catholic Church and the Muslims. But the nucleus was created by the new Christians who were, this was the last community was praying, who were hailing the Ukrainian banners in the center of Donetsk. And then since the beginning of the military action, they started to participate in assistance of volunteers, and also the representatives of a lot of churches, Protestant churches, started to fight with arms in her hands. And the old Protestants joined this movement, and they started to rethink their position. At the beginning, they were saying that this is one's personal views, and the church does not give the recommendation. Each individual decides for himself or herself. But later, this movement started stronger, and people started to feel that Ukrainian land is our land, that we are protecting the truth, and the not only the Christ truth, but also the truth of our country. And this is important for the implementing the evangelist postulates. And this changes the science, the religious science. And we can say that not only the Protestants and Muslims, which traditionally take up the weapons, and the representatives of Judaism, and the representatives of the new movements which are emerging, people start to understand that faith as a spiritual component of their spiritual life have also a earth dimension. And this is about necessity to protect the motherland and to protect it with the arms in their hands. And this is a position of a person who actually practices religion. And we see that Ukrainian religious community, Christian community, first of all, Muslim community, are emphasizing this attitude. And they emphasize it not only with their deeds in Ukraine, but their vision is being expanded even further, and they demonstrate an example to the Christians of the world and of Europe as well. Thank you. And you mentioned a different interpretation of the postulate don't kill. The understanding of this commandment is being changed. But if we are going to talk about the specific philosophical issues, I would like to generalize this issue. It is true that the war with humanity is being carried out. One of the tools of this war is dehumanization. The propaganda is constantly affecting the society of Russia, where Ukrainians are actually mythologized, and it is quite understandable that it's easier to kill a person who is dehumanized uh, than the real person with the real human history, with the children, and after all, and things like that. So the war is the war against humanity, and this humanity is being lost, and humanism is being lost. So I would like to ask Mr. Yuri Chernomorets about this challenge of human dimension. To what extent the Ukrainian warriors, the people who practice religion, who take weapons in their hands, and the snipers, after all, how it is possible to preserve this humanism, because this how about actually it is transposed on the commandment don't kill, and how this issue is being resolved during the real military action. I would like to emphasize that I'm going to use my own front experience in the front line. And I would say that the commandment don't kill was given to the people who were already at a certain, civilization level. They had a certain culture and they were not barbarians already. And those who have developed the foundation of their own home, a building, well, were given the certain space of humanism and the special culture of the interpersonal relation. What we've seen in the front, well, we've seen that the barbarism in the front line, the other way around, and this barbarism was demonstrated not only versus the peaceful population infrastructure, but we could see even this barbarian attitude to waging a war when, the chaotic shelling was came, and nobody was sparing themselves. When they took seven times to build the bridge over the Irpin River, and they were not sparing their own military servicemen. And I didn't believe that this was possible in 21st century. So the religion, civilization, the culture was challenged by this barbarism. And this is not a question of not killing and things like that. We had a very demonstrative example when we have liberated Ivankiv. One of the policemen who were hiding in the basement, they were asking, where were you? And we said that we came on the 27th of February, and some of us came on the 1st of March. At the beginning of the war, we were not military men of the Ukrainian army. And it's not a correct question, well, where were you on the 24th of June? And actually, we asked him, where were you for 2 months? And he said that I have 2 children and they are hiding in the basement and I couldn't go to war. But then we found out that all of us had 2 or 3 children, but nevertheless, we went to fight. And it was an incentive for us to fight. So each individual starts his humanism based on the principle, treat other people the way you would like other people to treat your child. And this is an imperative. We want our children to be protected. And definitely, the children should not suffer. And that's why we take weapons and we go and start to stop the aggressor. And definitely, the fire of artillery of Ukraine, the fire of snipers make people to start to start a different attitude. And on the other side of the front line, they are thinking, what I'm doing here, I can become a victim. Because in accordance with the statistics, if just military men are firing, so one bullet hits the enemy, one enemy out of 200, but a sniper usually is much more gives much more targeted shootings, and the squads of snipers come, then the people who are sitting in the trenches on the other side of the line, of the fight line, start to think what I'm doing here, and they start to understand what they are doing under the extreme conditions. Like Remarque was writing once in his war novels, what I'm doing here, it doesn't have any sense. And there is a hope that maybe at least sooner or later the barbarian psyche of our enemies is going to change, and they will not have the power to continue the war. Because and that's why I believe that we have to support the snipers. Use my Facebook page, because we are supporting people starting from the battles near to Kharkiv, and up to the battles next to Kherson and Kharkiv, Severodonetsk, and Kherson. Military men who are protecting those cities are using our munition, because the munition which is provided by the by the state and by the foreign partners are not sufficient. So we are providing these munitions, and there are no guns which will be sufficient. A lot of people came from Czech Republic, from Portugal, had very good results. So there were no sufficient number of rifles for them. So we are trying to provide the rifles for them and buy munitions, and the results actually are very positive. One sniper can kill up to 50 enemies per day, and this is the force which really stops them. We have to understand that their losses are more, maybe by the factor of 2 or by the factor of 2.5 in comparison with the general staff announces. And I think that this is a contribution of snipers and artillery, and these are two really decisive factors. And it is necessary to actually improve our results, so that these existential understanding beyond the front line will happen much sooner, so that people can come back to resolving the issues in a humanistic way. I think that they should leave the war. And I would like to continue. The problem of dehumanizations and humanity is very important aspect, especially during the war. And when I was imprisoned in the basement, I did not understand how much sadistic actions have been carried out versus the peaceful citizens, and which they torture and actually shoot down. And while reflecting, sitting in the basement or in the incarceration, one is trying to answer the question, why does it happen? So why the people who took up their arms, the Russians who were there, why they dehumanize themselves? It's not us who dehumanize them. They do it for themselves. They kill this human dimension in their souls. And why they become like animals. But the events which took place after the 24th of February actually, demonstrated absolutely inhuman behavior, sadism, and both against the civil population. And I'm always reminding everyone is not to mirror them. We have to understand that we are not Russians, and the human dimension has to be present. It means that we have to remember that you are a human being. And this is especially important during the war because it's like a disease, infectious disease. One can get infected, can contract this disease and become similar to the enemy. But I am observing the situation and I am contact our military men, and I am impressed by the fact that they remain human beings. And I'm so proud that I'm part of this nation, which is fighting. Yeah, it's true that we are killing people, we are at war, but we are not dehumanizing them. They have chose this road. They embarked on this road, and we were never inviting them here. And Mr. Vyacheslav was signaling me, and he is not only the representative of the civil administration, public administration, but also he is a specialist in biblical sciences. And it is very interesting to interpret the commandment, don't kill. It is very interesting, about the translation of this commandment. We have only one verb, don't kill, but in the in the scriptures, there are several verbs in Greek, in Hebrew. All these words are being translated in Ukrainian by one word. The commandment don't kill should not be expanded, should not be changed, but we have to understand it correctly, interpret it correctly, because this commandment does not absolutize and extrapolate to everything. Well, this does not mean that we should not deprive a life of anyone. This is not the meaning. If you open the Bible, the 20th section of the Exodus of this commandment, and if you actually turn the page, you can see another instruction how to deprive people of a life to punish for the offenses. And this is about the lawful and unlawful killing. If I don't like my neighbor and I would like to appropriate his house, well, I am violating the commandment. But if I am supporting my own nation and protecting it from the invasion, and I'm killing, and this is not the offense of the commandment. And this is important to understand. In the Old Testament, in the Bible, there are very serious, actually, commandments of how the war should be waged. And the laws really coincide with the principles of the warfare, which are being reflected in the international legislation, which is being violated now by Russia. And Russia is not adhering by the current legislation, but they not adhere to the Old Testament commandments. And we believe that we are now at the higher level, we understand it better, but even at the elementary level, they don't observe the commandments. So the same commandment, if you look at it from different angles, from the angle of the aggressor and those who are protecting their land from the aggressor, are given a different interpretation, different vision. Yes, and the different verbs are being used for that. In English, we have two words, murder and kill, but in Ukrainian, it's only one verb. So what is the English pronunciation of this verb in English? It's murder, murder. But if we are looking at Hebrew, this word is being mentioned 40 times in the Old Testament, but other words which we are translating as to kill are being used even more times. There is one more aspect, evangel. And when before Jesus Christ was incarcerated, Apostle Peter takes his sword and chops off the ear of one of the servants of the priest. And our Lord tells him, just put your sword into the sheath, because those who take up the sword will be killed by this sword. But sometimes we extracted from the context. So how the apostle, how come he had the sword? Why the disciple of the Christ was walking close to him with a sword? Why he used that sword? And what Jesus Christ told about this. So what happens? They're trying to incarcerate the God, the human, and Peter is trying to protect the God. And the God tells him, don't protect me with the sword. And what Russian propaganda says, they are saying that they are coming here to protect the orthodoxy. But the Lord tells us that our Lord should not be protected by the weapon. And if the Lord, our Lord, tells that those who take up the sword are going to be killed by this sword, which sword is meant? He has to do harakiri when he is going to kill everyone there. But there should be a different sword, most probably, which is being raised based on other principles. And the apostles are saying that you have to honor the government, but you should have a sword to protect the good against the evil. So it's not simple violence, and it's not a right to violence, but it has a goal to protect the good from the evil. And under this situation, we have to understand this approach. It should be interpreted correctly, and it should be discussed in the religious communities. And we can see that now a lot of discussions are being carried out as far as this aspect is concerned. And we can see that new sites have been created where they start discussions. And there is an understanding that it is necessary to reflect on certain things, understand them, to reword, and the understanding that the front line is not only the touch line, and not only the bullets are killing, but the senses are killing, the words are killing, and the propaganda is killing. And there is another commandment: don't lie. And in this sense, if we are looking at Russian Orthodox Church, whether it is possible now to call it a religious organization, Christian community, and what is your opinion, Igor? I am always reflecting on this topic as well. And Russian Orthodox Church, it happened so historically that it, for too long time, was serving and servicing the Russian Empire. And it was not Christ-centric so much. It was not even church-centered so much, but it was oriented to the centers which were described, which fit into the area of the empire. And actually, only the shell and the name has been preserved by this church, but the essence unfortunately changed, because in the center of any Christian position, there is love. And this is a foundation, it's Alpha and Omega, because the God is love. But our Lord is love, but we can see, and not only from rhetorics and also from actions from the Russian Orthodox Church, then there is no love anymore. But if there is no love, so it's quite understandable that there is no Christianity, there is no church. And there is an institution which, as part of this state machinery, is servicing the imperial narratives, and it promotes actually this ideology, the dead, revengist ideology of the Ruski Mir, Russian world, where in the center there is apology of war and murders, but not the love. And we can say that from the point of view of the religious science, we can see that this is a quasi-religious community, which actually is becoming part of the state machinery, but it is not an evangelist church in the deep sense of this word. Yuri, the question of the religious science, Ruski Mir, Russian world, is it a heresy? Is it Christianity, and how the Ukrainian Orthodoxy has to differ from the Russian Orthodoxy, and whether it should be different? Maybe we should develop our own world. The matter is that we should not, in no case, to claim the issues which are spelled out in the doctrine of the Russian world, Ruski Mir. I would like to underscore that the heads of the Russian Orthodox Church are official. There are official uh, speakers, and they claim that Russia is a very special area of good and special good, and this special good is absolute good, and it can wage a war with the West, with Ukraine, because the West is an absolute evil, and Ukraine is joining the West, and it betrays this special good. This is a doctrine which has to be alien to us because we do not claim to be the area of the absolute good. We are actually the area of relative good. We are more or less kind, we are more or less humanistic, and we are waging a war with Russia because Russia assaulted us as the aggressor, and it demonstrated the absolute evil. And it's necessary to underscore here that we have just a mission to oppose this aggression. We are not perfect, but we are fighting the absolute evil. A lot was said here about the commandment, don't kill, don't murder, because we are saying don't kill. It's a prohibition of the criminal offense, murder. But if the military men are doing it, they have the authority. But the tragedy of the First World War, when the military men or from each side were authorized and they do it legally, but the World War had no sense. And this tragedy brought around the Christian pacifism, that people were starting to talk about the absolute understanding of don't kill commandment. And this Christian pacifism promoted the following. When Hitler appeared, and this was a historic absolute evil, the Christians were at a loss, and Biden is writing, should we in 1935 would interfere when Hitler has occupied the Rhine area? There were 5,000 people which were victims on our side, but if we interfere it in 1939, there would be 50,000 victims. Maybe we would not be understood, but it would be possible to stop the evil. So now we would stop the Putin evil. And this is an absolute evil which appears in the international area, historic arena. And, you know, rank and file people have to think about the following. I am a pacifist, and I am actually an absolute pacifist. I support the idea of peace, love, communication, civilization of love, and I have been always against any war, violence. This is absolutely understandable for me. But all this civilization of love is possible to be built on the basis of the law-abiding state. And when we have the basis of the law-abiding state, we have a society of the solidarity of life, and love is maximum solidarity. And we have all it in Ukraine. It's not perfect yet, but this is the way we were able to achieve it. And all of a sudden, we face this absolute evil, and we have to make certain, we have to make an exception from this pacifistic approach. We have to take up arms, the snipers' rifles, and to protect Ukraine civilization and the world civilization from barbarism and from absolute evil. And this is being, especially when the Russian Orthodox Church actually blesses them to do it. It's not only the new form of the fascism, we can see the form of the religious, the Orthodox fascism. And when all this is preached, not only from the rostrums and in the churches, and everybody is sitting around and know that this is a lie, but they actually can give consent to it. This is a sect, it's a totalitarian sect. And we have to work with them, not only with the victims of the propaganda, but also as the victims of the totalitarian sect. And we have to bring them up back to normality. And this is a huge problem because it will take them a long time to get back to the normality, and they won't be able to do it as quick as Germans did it. But we will have to work with them after they capitulate. In the first months of the war, I recall that there was a declaration and of the Orthodox Christian Science, and more than 2,000 people have signed it, and it really says that the Russian world, Ruski Mir, is doing the wrong thing, and Patriarch Cyril is doing the wrong thing, and there are all Christian communities which have signed the declarations, and there are certain decisions. We told you that Miss Andrei Pinchuk is going to join us virtually, but we know that the Father Andrei is working on evacuation of people, and he is evacuating to Dnipro the people from the hotspots of the war, Kharkiv, and he's constantly participating in this process. We hope that now everything is okay with him, and let our Lord help him. He also initiated this declaration of the priests of the Moscow Patriarch, who were insisting that Patriarch Kirill should be judged by the court, religious court, and we cannot discuss this topic with Father Andrei. But I would like to elaborate on this topic a little bit. The only confession in Ukraine, which at present is in sort of unbalanced situation, which is being pulled into different directions, which cannot really define what its place is, and they are trying to protect themselves. And this is a Moscow Patriarchate, and we have to understand what was going to happen with this Patriarchate, because we can see the declarations to be independent completely, but we can see these declarations only under in the area of Russian Federation, and they stop telling them Ukrainian Orthodox Church. They stop, actually, they mention the name of Metropolitan Onufri and only the Moscow Patriarchate. And what's going to happen to Moscow Patriarchate? What is going to happen, and why is it happening? Why it is a structure which is collaborating with the enemy? Well, first of all, I would like to reflect on this issue in the following plane. Whether Ukrainian Orthodox are different from Russian Orthodox mentally and deeply, spiritually. As the person who is working on the history of religion, I would like to underscore that it happened in our history because Ukrainian Orthodoxy was formed as part of the ecumenical patriarchate, and there was an independence in the Kiev metropolis, and it was not affiliated with the state, and they had to, quite naturally, to provide the services to the interests of the people during the Cossack period, the interests of the Cossack, and that was the armed part of Ukrainian population. And we know that, the Cossacks were joining Ukrainian Orthodoxy, and they become the decisive force of the resurrection of the Orthodoxy in the 17th century. And it brought about the situation of it being sort of horizontal. It also unites not only the religious hierarchs, but also the civil citizens. We remember the Ukrainian fraternship, and this was quite an interesting phenomenon all over the world, and its strength has been preserved. And even the movements which existed present in Ukrainian Orthodox Church, the absence of Father Pinchuk is not present here, but he is talking about he is pro-Ukrainian, and he understands the pains and sufferings of the Ukrainian people. And this is a trend when this horizontal is being raised, protesting from the hierarchic vertical, which is characteristic for the Russian Orthodoxy, and which is narrowed to providing services of the state machinery. And what is going to happen? Its movement is not monolithic, and this is quite understandable. The position of a certain part of the priests and the dioceses are joining the Ukrainian church, and people are changing their affiliation with the Russian church, demonstrating their position. And this tells us that this structure becomes fragile. and it made the diocese immediately to carry out the council, ecumenical council. It's not full-fledged step away from Moscow, but they are trying to do something about it. And then silence. We are waiting. We are waiting. And this really concerns us. And those who are staying with the Moscow Patriarch, they start to explain that we need time for that. But we see that the events which take place now, they require from us to make very decisive steps. And you mentioned also collaborants and collaboration. We have not heard from the diocese the messages about what's happening to the collaborationists. Why this collaboration with the occupationists happened? I saw these people back in 2014 and 2015 in the occupied areas of Donetsk Oblast. When I remember 2014, we actually were taking pictures, photoing, filming how on these points where they were carrying out voting about the referendum, the so-called referendum in votes. There was very few people, but I saw the bishops leading the faithful to voting, to vote for secession from Ukraine. And then I can see that the priests who were under the influence of the Russian world, Ruski Mir, like a soft tools of Russian occupation, which was made through culture and religion. And this phenomena was never assessed by the head of the heads of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And this is a mistake they made. They never gave a name to the aggressors. They did not define who as a collaborationist. They never said that this should not be supported. The attempts to actually give some explanations, it is not true. People are trying, and people are now are trying to demonstrate the loyalty and to survive no matter what the government is. This is also a religious problem. This position also includes certain, you know, uh, to study this problem. And to do something with it. I also wanted to discuss it with Father Andrei today, but I think that there are two things which are important for me. It's very important for me to understand how the individual actually, with what attitude these people have to this war, how the individual is, I'm sorry, the connection has been broken. There is no sound. Attitude to any Christian, the representative of other faiths, the atheist, and the service has to be directed at anyone, irrespective of the faith and belonging to a certain faith. And the prayer should be joined. Our prayer should be joined one. And in this sense, I would like now to go over to the interaction of our guest, the person who actually is on the other side of our camera. And we have been talking so for such a long period of time that we almost forgot that we have other participants online. Mr. Murat Suleimanov, I would like to ask you about the following. Please tell us what's the attitude of Ukrainian Muslims and what is their service during this war, and about their, religious vision of what is happening today, and what is the contribution which the citizens made into this fight, and their vision of the religious people, the people who practice religion. Well, peace to all of you. I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you very much for this excellent meeting. And as for your question, when we are saying, I'm talking about the Muslims who live in Ukraine, and when we are talking about the faith, we know that the faith is the most important thing which the human being has. But when we are talking about the faith, it's not only spirituality. And well, if we are saying that we have to pray our Lord and that's it, it's not true. When we are talking about the faith, and that's spelled out in Islam very well, and there are a lot of quotes in the Quran, and the faith is when I'm doing something, and that's the most important aspect. Well, we know that today I am a happy person, but tomorrow I don't know what's going to happen to me. And war is the situation which an individual does not welcome, does not want to happen. And we know that each of us will understand what he or she should do during the war. And Muslims have an obligation to protect their fatherland, motherland, and to protect their own home, family. And this is a direct obligation of the Muslims. You know, a lot of Muslims participate in this war, uh, and 1,000 of Muslims are participating in the Ukrainian armed forces, and there is a special battalion which participates in the war. And we know we also talk about Ismailov, who gave an example to all of us, and he demonstrated how one should like the motherland and how the Muslims should act. And this is our obligation. I repeat that everybody can can assist the way he can, but simply to talk about it. But unfortunately, there are people who might say, "Why should I participate? I don't need it. I don't want to do it." And this is the war which does not relate to me. I live in Ukraine, and Ukraine is not a Muslim state. And well, no, that's not true. Even in the Quran does not give a reference to this. The Prophet Muhammad, peace to him, when he lived in a different city where the Jews and Christians lived, he made a declaration. And this declaration, it was mentioned that if there will be some military action, the Muslims are going to participate in those military actions. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I wanted also to make a bridge to the topic of interconfessional, interreligious relations. Because on the one hand, we can see the consolidation of various religious communities, and I had my personal experience in the Saint Sophia. Within the first months of the war, we carried out a informal prayer. Sorry, the sound is lost. Sorry, the sound is lost. Translation is impossible. I'm sorry, translation is impossible. There is no sound. Translation will resume the moment the sound is available. And the chaplain, Father Oleg, you have been looking in various places. And the church is, after all, the refugees and they live in the areas where the civil service is not reaching. And quite often the Protestants and the Orthodox are visiting those refugees, and they are actually evacuating people to the places which are safe, and they accept these people and host them. And this happens not only in Ukraine, and quite often propaganda, Russian propaganda tells that Europe is not a spiritual place, but European countries have hosted more than 5 million Ukrainians. And quite often, these people are hosted by the Christian communities. They provide lodging and they support them. And these are the groups of people. Even sometimes the theaters arrange their tours with the help of the religious communities, and they actually testify to their by their own lives the adherence to real Christianity. And it's a very good markers for European temples. But actually in Europe they say that people are visiting the temples on Sundays, and a dozen of liturgies are being delivered by the churches. And these people who attend these churches are trying to help Ukrainian refugees, find jobs to them, host them, and they pray for them, and they share their own property with them. Like in Ukraine, we are sharing our property. We are providing munitions like you do to the front line. And this is manifestation of Christian ideals. And this is a testimony of the religion. And because the faith is not only the external, so to say, shell, but also it is the way of life, a mode of life. I would say that the strength of the spirit is very important now. Why Ukrainian military men are not armed as well as the Russian aggressors? They have few people in the front line, but they win because they have this high level of spirit and the faith that in the noble cause that they are fighting for. They actually become victims thanks to save their families, to save the other people, to save the society, and to save the country after all. And I think that it's very important. Sorry, the sound is not available. They are not refugees in the classical sense of the word who are fled, and they are not going to come back to Ukraine. They're not migrants. And this connection between all of us should be spiritual and actual. We have to fight for the common cause. And this state and the religious communities have to do that. There is a very important aspect to all this discussion. And when the war happens, or the tragic events of this scope and scale, this is always a challenge for the religious communities. And what is this challenge about? How it happened that you, religious communities who claim that they are propagating the fundamental values, and they're supporting the fundamental values, and they have to keep this world in peace, in accord. What have not you done sufficiently for these conflicts to emerge? And if we are talking about the Christianity, there is a certain problem. If two people quarrel, this is a conflict between the two persons. It's an interpersonal conflict. If we ask the person what the church says about the interpersonal contacts and relations, even a person who has never been to church, did not study Christianity, might comment on it. And even all those commandments which we were discussing today, it's about the relations between the persons, interpersonal relations. But if we are asking the religious scientists what teaching of Christianity exists about the international relations and the international communication and interaction. Sorry, the sound is lost. And here we are talking about the basic religious foundation, which is being perceived by any individual, which is belonging to a certain or interacting with the religious community. And this is where the problem is. It exists. And the church, quite proactively, is trying to develop the religious science after the tragedy, after the war, after Holodomor, after the 9th of September, and after Auschwitz. But this is always a response to some tragic events. And there are very few proposals which were done by the to the society, so these tragedies will be avoided. And that is my opinion. If the church has no strong scientific view on the religion, there is always a temptation to fill this gap by ideology. So what happened with the church? So that it accepted the ideology of the Ruski Mir, Russian world, or some other. What happened to the Christian of Germany when Hitler came to power? And a lot of them were supporting Nazism and fascism and so on and so forth. So there is a certain problem. And when we are looking, but when we are talking about Christianity, what happened with the European or American conservative Christian, who some of them are supporting Putinism as such, as the fighter for the values. In the Bible, there is an interesting story about the future. The image of the humanity which overcome and vanquished all the actually national conflicts. And this is not about the victory of certain faith or religion. At the beginning of the Prophet Isaiah book, there is an interesting picture being depicted when people come together to Jerusalem, the city of peace, to learn something new. And out of this text, we can see this quote: "We should transform our swords into plows." And this is a slogan which is used by the Organization of the United Nations, and this is a goal for the humanity. And this is about the possibility for the people not to learn how to fight, how to wage war, and they will be trying to learn the harmonious coexistence. And there was an understanding when the humanity is going to accept the idea of monotheism, that there is only one Lord, and we have the basics, joint basis for the ethics, morality, and all the conflicts will be then halted. But we are talking about it all the time. We are dreaming about it all the time, and we constantly face the reality of evil, the reality of war, and the reality of barbarism and aggression. So we have to have something more prevalent. Within the first days of the war, I interpreted this scripture on the front door of Sophia of Kiev. I thought it was not perfect, and it was written there, our Lord's strength and our Lord's wisdom is the Holy Sophia. And in the context of the war, we start to understand that the real wisdom is consolidation of the God's strength with the God's wisdom, with thereof of the human beings. And when we enter Saint Sophia and you see Oranta, you can see the next to the altar of wisdom, we can see two more altars of the Archangel Michael, who actually was the head of the military celestial troops, and George and Saint George, the winner. And these are two altars which are located next to each other. So how do we consolidate the strengths with the wisdom? And I believe that the Ukrainian churches were prepared for the war. And I would like also to contradict Vyacheslav, who said that we were not ready. We are not guilty. Sorry, the sound is lost. The translation will be resumed when the sound is resumed. in the educational projects or somewhere else. And then we can see that the religious communities, the church communities in general, are identifying the new relations in these services when the religious community is serving the secular communities. And today, during the war, this service uh, uh, has become huge, enormous, fantastic. I can call a pastor from Transcarpathia and tell us, Valery Fedorovich, we are running out of the foodstuffs. And he says, I am bringing the foodstuffs tomorrow morning. And he brings 3 tons lorry of foodstuffs with us. It's not a question of whether we are prepared or not. We always are prepared to help our people and to do something. And actually, there is a woman sniper who can who can shoot with a range of 2.5 kilometers. And her work was financed by the pacifists of the Protestant church, who before the war were saying that we have to wait and everybody is going to be civilized because now they are like barbaric children and they will grow up and they will understand the importance of pacifism. And when we announced that we need a beret, they have donated 25% of the cost of the beret, and it's a lot of money. So I can say that this fantastic preparedness has certain limitations. When I read in the report of Onupri how the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is supporting the military forces of Ukraine, I understood that well, with the friends in Facebook, gave more assistance to the military forces of Ukraine than the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriotic has. And I started to think why religious organizations are supporting the military forces, help them and help everybody. And they actually preach the principle that there is no patriarchate in the trenches, but this organization of the Russian Orthodox Church is not helping a lot. This is a tradition of the Moscow Orthodoxy, and their social doctrine is about having two branches of power, the religious and the civil one, and they are actually not serving the society, but they have a parallel hierarchy to manipulate the society, to exploit the society. And this claim to power is bringing to the catastrophe because it's good when it's just the Orthodox symphony, when there is cooperation between the church and the society and the government, and everybody is cooperating for the common good. But when it is not a traditional Orthodox atheism, when and they are openly preach the fascist ideology. It's an open promotion of this ideology, the open theology of war, which is going on. And this is an awful situation with the Russian Orthodoxy. It actually is supporting this special Russian fascism. It's a crime which did not exist in the period, in the previous historic period. Well, maybe with the exception of the cooperation of German Christians with Hitler. And these are not traditional Byzantine problems. It's just an open crime, which is much more serious and grave. And under these conditions, this church organization, which is called Ukrainian Orthodox Church, has to, anathemize Cyril and Russian fascism, and they should rupture all the ties with it. I would like to intervene here because I'm being told that Father Andrei Pinchuk has joined us, and we were planning not to discuss the Russian Orthodox Church without the representatives of their own, but we were not connected to Father Andrei. Now, Father Andrei is with us, and he is working a lot with the refugees, and he is doing a lot of volunteer work, and he initiated this this appeal. And I have a question. Why did you initiate this appeal? What's the root of it? And what's going to happen next? To what extent the answer you've got from the Council of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church satisfies you? Is this what you wanted yet? Uh, First of all, as for the appeal address, it's quite understandable. This was a response of all of us, all the priests, to the declarations which we have heard and saw on behalf of the Moscow Patriarchate. And secondly, this was an absolutely uh, uh, impossible response on behalf of the Patriarch and in general on behalf of the heads of the church and the bishops. As for decisions of the assembly, for me and for a lot of people, the decisions were unplanned, unexpected. We even did not expect that they are going to be that pro-Ukrainian, these responses, and anti-Moscow, because we understood that the pro-Moscow party of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is strong. And I think that this council was revolutionary. And the fact that they have taken such revolutionary decisions is amazing. And we have to reflect on the decisions of this council so that we can understand how it will be perceived by the religious community. And the way I expected, not all the decisions of this council are not supported and understood properly. And a lot of dioceses are now saying that they are not accepting these decisions of the council. Then let us talk about the future a little bit, because in the decisions of the council, there was no most important aspect. It was missing. There was no Christian message. Well, I will understand that you're my disciples because you love each other. I didn't read in this decisions about the wish to start a dialogue with other religious communities of Ukraine and Ukrainian Orthodox Church as well. And it seems like Ukrainian Orthodox Church is mostly working on its internal situation and is trying to preserve its internal unity. And it is not fully it includes itself into the national processes. I would like to see more openness, and I would like to pray together with you, to do things together with you, to discuss together with you how the Christians of Ukraine are treating this war and demonstrate the unity which was behested to us by Jesus Christ, and whether there's going to be any movement in this direction, because in the resolutions, in the decisions, well, it's not spelled out completely. I think that the movement in this direction is going to happen, and it started already. A certain number of the bishops is supporting, not publicly yet, the beginning of the dialogue with the ecumenical patriarchate. And also, I think there will be an understanding growing of the internal need of such a communication, and this will push the leaders of the church to move in this direction. Metropolitan Onufri, one of the organizers of this Congress Council, first of all, had one strategic goal to separate from the Moscow Patriarchate. All the rest was not included into the agenda of this council. It was important to take the decisions which were taken, and all the rest, well, was left to further discussions during the existence of the church. So I believe that there is going to be a certain movement. It cannot but happen because at present the Church of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, to be quite frankly speaking, has found itself in a very, you know, un- ununderstandable isolation. So the movement is going to start. And I think that it will get an impetus with the nearest future. Well, thank you very much, Father Andre. Let our Lord help you in your service in the area of humanitarian and projects, and also in the religious science projects and the discussions where you're talking about the regeneration of Ukrainian Orthodoxies and actually going back to the real evangelistic Ukrainian and tradition. And in this context, I would like to ask one more question and put it to Mr. Murat. It's a question about the relations between Ukrainian Muslims and Russian Muslims, whether there is a certain linkage, communication. And we know about Russian Muslims only through the TikTok of Kadyrov's troops. What Russian Muslims uh, are thinking, and what is their position, and what is the position of the international Muslim community? Maybe we can dedicate 3 minutes about this because we are close to the end of this panel. The Muslims of Russia, we don't have any connections with them, but we have the friends who are writing to us, and they are saying that we are not supporting the war, but we cannot talk openly about it. And we can see when the clergy support it in Russia. And this is very painful for us, for the Muslims, because if one person is saying that he is a Muslim, and if we actually refer to our scriptures, we know who a Muslim is. And those who, not by their language or by their tongue and hand, will not harm anyone. But unfortunately, we can see that there are Muslims who are, well, let's put it this way, who call themselves the Muslims, who they participate in this war. And it's very painful to see when they are betraying the Holy Quran principles, and they are saying that this is jihad, this is a great war. And we understand that this is required from them to say so. If we are talking about the Muslims of the world, international Muslim communities, they understand that this is a Russian aggression against Ukraine, which they do not support. And since the beginning of the war, on the third day after the war had started, there was a declaration on behalf of the General Secretary of the International Association of Muslim scientists. Karadazov said that we understand who is an aggressor, that Russia is an aggressor here in this war, and they mentioned that it is necessary to talk about it openly and name an aggressor the appropriate name, who is not correct and who is not right in this war, and we do not support it, and we want it to be stopped immediately. And these were the words of Ali Karadaga. And with the European communities and organizations, and they always are supporting us. They are communicating with us, and they are discussing these issues with the Russian Muslims. But a lot of them say that we cannot talk about it openly. If we are against the war, we understand what is going to happen to our communities. We might be imprisoned, or we will be punished in some other painful way. But it's very painful to see when the clergy is saying that that they are supporting war, and they will be responsible for this in front of our Lord. And I think that they will be responsible for what they are doing. And we are told that we have exhausted our time, but we have additional 5 minutes. Let us use them most efficiently. And I would like to suggest that that each the participant of the panel here would give comments, just one minute. and share the ideas which you've got during this meeting, or maybe you have missed something very important which you didn't have time to mention, or maybe you have to inform the audience about very important information. Let us start from Mr. Vyacheslav. I would like to underscore that we have to learn lessons from the situation which brought about the war, to learn lessons which we are learning during the war, and not only, you know, do everything possible not to make this war possible in the future, but bring the interface relations, international relations, to bring them up to a new level, to bring it closer to the ideal which was described by the prophet Isaiah. I think that under the conditions of the war, with the absolute aggressor, who is an absolute evil and fascism, and from Italian fascism, the Russians have traveled to something similar to German Nazism, and they don't give a right to Ukrainians to exist. And they believe that, and they say that Ukrainians are Russians who have to join the Russian nation. So I think that under these conditions, the only way to resolve this issue for the churches is to act and to rupture all the relations with Russia. At present, no matter who they are, Jews, Muslims, Protestants, Catholics, and they all have ruptured relations with the Russian state. And the Orthodox Church of Ukraine not simply started to mention in the prayers of Cyril, but they even are opening the case of the ecumenical court of the patriarch. And I think that we have to support this position, and we have to pass the law that any relations, even symbolic ones, with the aggressor country, with the religious centers of the country aggressor, should be prohibited in the territory of Ukraine, as the Russian parties have been prohibited. And then the transformation of those who have left the Moscow Patriarchate. And we know that there are a number of positive processes in the autocephalous old Russian Orthodox Church. Our Protestants, within the last several months and with the previous decade, actually have traveled from the identity of Eurasian, a pro-Russian identity. They actually have made a transition to the European pro-Ukrainian identity. Everything is possible in Ukraine. Our society is an open society. We wage open discussions. And when we build this wall between a mural between ourselves and Russians, we will have to start a cultural war. We have to generate a lot of new ideas, those which have been accepted by Russians, and to transport these ideas beyond that wall, so that people will change their identity, and so that they will be ready to do away with the Putinism and not accept other form of fascism, but so that they will recuperate and recover. So it is very important to build this mural, this wall, and then, as snipers do, to actually shoot the fascist ideas and to deconstruct the fascism which exists in Russian, and to transfer the senses of this normal country and the senses which are produced in this country, in Ukraine. I would like to actually elaborate on the wisdom. It's not a static process. It's a process of growing, becoming mature in the area of faith, so that we do not transform our faith into ideology. We have to continue to transform our faith to understand that we are not by chance in this world. And this should be done in a form of dialogue, in interfaith dialogue, and the dialogue of the whole civil society. And this is our strength, and growing in love, definitely growing in love, because we are the disciples of love. We are not perfect, and we have to understand that. And this means that this will be the foundation which is looking forward to the future. Even now, we are building future Ukraine. Ukraine, which in its unity is not forgetting about the common good. And this common good is extremely is important value for all of us, and it is also an example for all the peoples. This is our mission. Thank you for elaborating the idea of discussing what wisdom is. Sometimes I'm joking that we Ukrainians are quite good at in our faith because we have hope, love, uh, and uh, and faith. But unfortunately, we have problems with wisdom, the mother of these actually senses. So we have to develop the wisdom of our peoples, and all the processes which are taking place. We have to approach them with this real biblical and our people's wisdom, our nation's wisdom. And I hope that our semantic forum, even proceeding from its name, will help us resolve this problem. So this is where we are going to complete our panel discussion. Thank you.
Yes, I can talk right now. Can you hear me? But I cannot hear Oleg Turi. Yes, I can talk right now. Can you hear me? Is the translation working?
В кожному разі, вже сам склад цієї нашої панелі, якби
But I cannot
засвідчує
hear
про
Oleg Turi.
дуже серйозний підхід
I can hear you all
організаторів до
right. Your
того, щоб наша
interpreter can hear
сьогоднішня
you, so you can start, I think.
цікавою і корисною. Щодо самого перебігу, я хочу нагадати шановним нашим спікерам, що у вас є можливість вибирати мову у відповідною кнопочкою там у Zoom. Кожен із вас може говорити тією мовою, якою йому зручніше, хоча я переконаний і точно знаю, що всі ви володієте достатньо добре і українською, і англійською. А для тих, хто нас дивиться, слухає, хто слідкує і думає разом з нами дистанційно, ця можливість також залишається залежно від каналу, який ви обираєте. Коротесенько щодо перебігу нашої сьогоднішньої панелі, оскільки ми маємо цей факт, що нас у студії тут небагато, хотілося б, звичайно, щоб ця розмова була якнайбільш
Of course,
жвавою
we are
і
not many in the
такою
studio, and we would definitely like to have this conversation very lively and dynamic. But I'm very much hoping that nevertheless we are going to have this opportunity because we are working remotely today, and during the times of COVID, we became very used to this kind of connection, and let alone during this warfare in Ukraine. And the challenges posed by the war in Ukraine, especially given the fact that now, when we are defending our land, when we are defending the whole right to our existence of Ukraine and Ukrainians, we have to be mindful of the future. We have to be mindful of the models which are fundamental, some of the fundamental things that have become basic and fundamental not only for the recovery, but also for the renewal, resumption of the Ukraine that we are all hoping and dreaming about. And the topic of our today's conversation is the church and the state in serving the society. And in this triangle, clearly we are going to formulate and to shape and perhaps maybe pose every time, specifying more and talking more specifically, raising the issues, addressing each of our panelists, because we understand that some of our panelists are with us today remotely. But anyway, I would like to give each and every one of you an opportunity to present your general vision of the problems posed today, and then we will have a discussion. We will comment and remark on each other's questions and answers. Perhaps I will also come up with some questions as we go along. So let's try to do it honestly, conscientiously during the time allocated to us, with general benefit for ourselves in the first place, and secondly, for the benefit of the people who are listening to us today during this broadcast, for which I'm sincerely happy. So relations between the church and the state. Clearly, they are extremely important. But on the other hand, it seems to me what matters even more is that we have this third component in our today's conversation, the society, because in many ways it just falls out of sight. Therefore, the first question I would like to ask Professor Casanova, who is geographically most remote from us, but still he can look at the situation in Ukraine from the perspective of European and American, North American perspective. So Professor Casanova, how would you describe in what way Ukraine is similar to other states in the context of these relationships, the model of relations between the state and the church, and what makes Ukraine unique and thus interesting and fascinating perhaps for others. So please, would you kindly briefly introduce your vision to us?
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Oleg Turi. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to address this question. I have been arguing since 1996 that Ukraine is developing and has developed indeed a unique model of religious pluralism that has broken with the traditional European model of national church protected or by the state, and perhaps two churches, and then religious minorities. And that since the time of independence, with the new constitution that has organized a secular state based on the premise of no privilege to any particular religion and free exercise for all religious communities. Because of the unique circumstances of Ukraine, Ukraine has developed a model of religious pluralism, which is closer to the American model, which is called American denominationalism. It means there is no national church protected by the Constitution, but there are many, many religious minorities or religious communities, all of them equal and protected by the state. When Glasnost arrived in Ukraine in 1989, relatively late, there was then one only officially recognized church, and this was the Russian Orthodox Church in Soviet Ukraine. But suddenly the two historical churches that had been liquidated by the Soviets with the help of the Russian Orthodox Church, namely the Greek Catholic Church and the autocephalous Ukrainian Orthodox Church, re-emerged, especially in the Western Oblast, and then the Russian Orthodox Church itself split into two new Ukrainian Orthodox churches, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Kyiv Patriarchate and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchate. So you had four competing national churches. Under those conditions, they are not really national churches, they become denominations, and all the other religious communities in Ukraine became equal denominations. And this is manifested and institutionalized in the unique association, which is called the All Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations. It's made up of 15 different communities, the Orthodox churches and the Greek Catholic and the Roman Catholic and the many Protestant churches and the Jewish communities and the Muslim communities, all equal, is not organized by the state, is a civil society organization, self-organization of religious communities. And what is unique and represents the equality is that the presidency of this association rotates every 6 months among the members. And this is precisely what characterizes this unique model of religious pluralism in Ukraine, in which no religious community is privileged by the state and all of them have equal access and equal freedom.
I thank very much Professor Kazanova for this very accurate image and type of this diversity, and in a way, unity and coexistence in this diversity and variety of denominations. On the other hand, I think it would be also interesting for us to hear your answer to the question how historically the situation was shaped, how it developed, because we know that for a long time Ukraine was under the dominance of various neighborhood countries and nations that in different ways affected the religious context in Ukraine. And it probably can't but affect the situation in Ukraine today. So Andriy, you are a church historian. You have been working and exploring the problems of Ukrainian church and Greek Catholic Church in particular, and your latest monography tracked concerning the relations between Andriy Sheptetsky and Nazi regime. And I will allow myself to speak more broadly in this respect. What kind of type of church and state relations do you think historically was developed in Ukraine, and how do you think it affects the contemporary situation, especially during the current stage of hostilities? thank you very much in the first place for the invitation and for the opportunity to share my opinions and thoughts. It seems to me that this experience of Ukrainian churches, not only of the Ukrainian Greek Church, but I mean Orthodox Church during the latest centuries, this experience that in no period they were state protected churches, in nowadays in current political situation, has many positive things to offer, because I support what Mr. Kazanova has just said. If we view the 1990s, the early beginnings of the Ukrainian independence and the religious situation back in the days, Ukraine in the Western media at the time was very much presented as a high conflict area with lots of conflicts between different denominations within Orthodox religious communities, Catholics, Greek Catholics. There was a lot of tension, and they spoke about this explosive effect of such conflicts on the interdenominational level. Whereas if we view the situation as of now, starting with different political crunches and revolutions that took place in our country after the year 2000, this great number of denominations managed to create a kind of a parity within the Ukrainian society, because no church, even despite some of the attempts which were there in the Ukrainian history, no church has been able to receive the status of the state church, because none of these churches enjoys the absolute majority within the Ukrainian state or the Ukrainian society. And it seems to me that in the current situation, it has to play rather a positive than a negative role, this plurality of churches, their multiplicity. And once again, this multiplicity became, well, developed at the time when Ukraine didn't have its independence. And I think that churches in many ways became used to becoming communities, church groups, which didn't have this experience of being a majority or enjoying absolute support on behalf of the state. And once again, I can see that this is a real positive boon, positive experience, and probably this is the future for the Ukrainian interdenominational landscape. I mean, being able to preserve this multiplicity for the future. Unfortunately, we cannot hear. I don't know if you can hear me, says the speaker. Yes, we can. You, as an individual who is also a scholar, a scientist, and we know it at the same time, we know that you had a state authority which deals with challenges and problems. And I wonder how the contemporary war, this current stage of the hostilities we're going through, has affected the situation, the status quo, and how much this conflict situation, which was potentially already there or could have been used in these hostilities, how has it worked or not worked? In other words, we are working and talking about a particular model of relations between the state and the church. But along with that, we know that there are lots of different models which are proposed in particular by the aggressor state. So my question is how, in this current situation, this pluralism, is it our strength or is it our weakness? This brutal force of ideology in the force, in the power, in the person of religion stands any chances of victory? Thank you very much, Mr. Ole. As I was listening to your question, I thought back to a conversation with one of the colleagues from the European Union. This colleague was a female, in fact. She said it's very difficult for us to put together Catholics, Orthodox believers, and Protestants all together at the same table. And I said, well, it's never a problem for us. They get together all the time, and they always have consensus of decisions taken given the specificity of the operation of different religious organizations in Ukraine. Ukraine can serve a wonderful example in terms of the uniqueness of dialogues and the religious aspects. And along with that, in the context of this awful invasion of the Russian Federation into Ukraine, it's worth remembering and thinking back to the whole Ukrainian history and looking at the whole panorama of the religious life in the context of 300 latest years. I mean, in January 1654, Pereyaslav Council took place, a very well-known event to everyone in Ukraine. We don't have the originals of the documents, therefore we don't know exactly what this agreement between the Ukrainian Cossacks, the military force, and the then Moscow princehood or kingdom was all about. But we know that back then in the 17th century, it became the beginning of difficult trials and ordeals for Ukraine. And I know that personally for me and for many people in Ukraine, since then Ukraine has become a symbol of something that can be renewed, the symbol of revival. If we observe the whole situation within this 300 years scope, we'll see a lot of policies of oppression, a lot of attempts to deny Ukrainian identity, multiple attempts to marginalize the Ukrainian language. And all of this has been taking place within the general context of education, art, science, and in religious aspects likewise. We can provide lots of different aspects, but among a lot of these attempts, we can see the decrees issued by Peter the Great to withdraw Ukrainian translation of the Holy Scripture, and the decree issued by Catherine the Great, once again, to prohibit instruction in the Ukrainian in Kiev churches, in Kiev church seminaries. And Valuev's decrees were once again printing in Ukrainian was banned. So once again, Ukrainian historians can provide multiple policies of oppression, where Moscow princehood, which later on called itself the Russian kingdom, attempted to deny, reject, and destroy the Ukrainian identity and language. And among all these things, we have another event, the event in the 17th century, when the Russian Orthodox Church annexed the Kiev metropolia and claimed that the church in the contemporary Ukraine, in the then Ukraine, was to be the Russian church. As of now, we can see attempts to throw down, to get rid of the shackles of the latest 300 years. It's a very difficult pathway to take, because one thing is when repressions are issued by the regime, and thus a lot of lives suffer. And another thing is when your society tries to be a democracy, tries to be free and liberal, and along with that needs to achieve many different transformations. Transformations never come easy, especially when we try to do it in the space of freedom. But that's exactly what we are endeavoring to do nowadays. And we are witnessing a very complicated, historic, tectonic dynamics within the Orthodox world. Recently, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which until recently in its charter had the words that it was part of the Russian Orthodox Church, officially had to claim that she is not part of this confession anymore, part of this religious group. Now we have the renewed charter and accompanying letter, which officially claims that the decisions taken by the councils in the Russian Orthodox Church are not considered to be obligatory in Ukraine, and the name of Patriarch Kirill is not going to be mentioned as the supreme higher-up in Ukraine, that Metropolitan Onufry is not a member of the Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church. So this is an official document issued by the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and signed by its high priest. Along with that, we come to understand that it's a huge step. But once again, there was a long way before it. Now we are in a situation that this history of 300 years of oppression requires a lot of active efforts for us to get free, even if we talk about religious sphere. After all of the restrictions introduced by the regimes of repression on behalf of the Russian authorities when they were trying to destroy the Ukrainian identity, now we're required to restore the usage of Ukrainian language in the religious life. Therefore, the next important step is for different religious communities and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church for them to work with the revival of the Ukrainian language in the religious area. Of course, we can see lots of different other components of that situation, like what it means to be truly free, what it means to truly overcome these 300 years of oppression. The victory of Ukraine in the war initiated by the Russian Federation is very important for the whole world as a testimony and a sign of the fact that historic truth matters and the truth of nowadays matters, freedom matters, and violence has not the upper hand. It doesn't have the final say. And we must remember that in the wake of all of the repressions of pre-Soviet regime, during the Soviet regime, there was a monopoly established, in fact, of the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine. The Ukrainian the Greek Catholic Church was proclaimed to be the one that joined the Russian Orthodox Church. And of course, it wasn't a voluntary decision. It was just a proclamation to be made by the totalitarian regime, which was followed by dreadful tortures, repressions, reprisals against the clergy and the faithful. The autocephalous Ukrainian church was prohibited. That is to say, right now we are trying to overcome a lot of different steps still undertaken by the Soviet totalitarian regime, which tried to monopolize the spiritual life in favor of Russian identity in Ukraine. And for us, this pathway is going to be extremely complicated, just as I said it before, because we are trying to overcome the effects, the consequences of the totalitarian past in the conditions of liberty and freedom. And here it's important to remember that since we proclaim that in Ukraine freedom matters, we have to override these consequences in the context of freedom and not succumb to different violent, brutal decisions. Because once again, as I have mentioned, one of the most important things that we can do for ourselves and the world is to show that violence doesn't have the final say. Thank you very much, Ms. Oleno. I think your intervention has provided a lot of historical references. I didn't provide so many references myself. I thank you very much for this historic perspective that you have given to us. I'm not going to speak about those 300 years. Let me say about the latest decades. We understand that something which is referred to as the ideology of the Russian world, something that we heard about in the previous panel, something that they are trying to condemn as a heresy. It's not only a theological point, it's a concept, it's a political doctrine, something that was being shaped throughout centuries, and its fundamentals stem much more deeply because they worked in a very consistent, consecutive way. So now they're trying to present it in a very metaphysical event or even civilizational instrument or tool that must result in special leadership and place for Russia, which is obviously built on lies, falsehood, blood, and hatred. My question goes to Professor Jelensky. Mr. Victor, what is your assessment of using religion or ideology as a weapon? What does it look like in a broader global context? And to make it even more complicated for you to answer, how does it combine with the freedom of conscience and human freedom and dignity? You're welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Oleg, and everyone for this invitation extended to me to briefly characterize my thinking concerning these questions. I would start by saying that now for all researchers of religion, and all of us are researchers into the matters of religion, aren't we? There's no more serious matter than trying to find out what has happened to the religious so-called revival, renewal, upheavals of different parishes and monastic communities, theological education, how all of this has combined with this anthropological catastrophe and disaster that Russia is in right now, into which she is trying to pull the whole world. Since Hitler's times, there was no greater distilled evil that we could witness, and my generation can also refer back to later Brezhnev's era. But you should once again remember that back in those days, nobody bragged about wielding atomic weapons, and nobody was proud of transforming a part of a planet into ashes. In what way has it happened? Where are the fundamentals and the basics of the problems we are touching upon today? We remember that Putin spoke about his ideology of the Russian world and tried to match Eurasian environment with that. And for a while, he also spoke about his belief in the human being, like in his interview with Larry King. Then he became an Orthodox, and then he said that Russian Orthodoxy for us is closer to Islam than Catholicism. And later, he followed up by saying that Orthodox religion is a stiff antithesis to the West. But in instrumental dimension, Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodoxy, has transformed into a tool of external political expansion of the Russian Federation, because the Kremlin leadership do not believe in the fact that the Russian Orthodox Church can become a kind of a binding linkage, that it really can influence the Russian population, the 3% of which more or less regularly go to church. Therefore, if we once again refer to Putin, at one point in a vexed way, he remarked to a bishop from Amursk in Blagoveshchensk, he said, don't bother with internal affairs in the Russian Federation and in the Russian Church, deal with the Chinese on the borders of the Russian state. So we can see that until 1919, this was the situation in the Russian Federation. So this is my first part to your first question. Secondly, now is the time when the church, perhaps for the first time in its history, or maybe for the first time in many, many centuries, starting with the early Christians, can become just a church. Multiple functions that it was forced to perform. She may not perform them now, because the church does not cultivate gardens. It does not go into diplomacy. It shouldn't, at least. But one beautiful apologete of Christianity said that a plane can run on the land, but that's not what makes it a plane. And only by taking off to the air, it becomes what it is meant for, what it is designed for. In the same way, church is not about geopolitics, because the church is about salvation and about distinguishing between good and evil. Therefore, when Pope Francis speaks to Patriarch Kirill and says, brother, I do not understand you when you speak about NATO, about the time of the missiles to fly to the West. I don't understand what you're talking about. Let's just talk like a Christian to a Christian. But when Pope Francis says, not everything is so unambiguous, and this evil becomes so distilled, so purified, it's hard for me to think back to other times when we could so clearly distinguish between good and evil, when he said that things are not that simple and plain, and that Ukraine is not a little Red Riding Hood. It's very difficult to understand these things because, once again, the purpose of the church, its mission, is to distinguish between good and evil. We don't go to church for it to normalize the geopolitical configuration and for it to share about the best models of security policies. Instead, we turn to the church for it to show where good and where evil is, and what our moral position in this world should be, what our moral stance should be. And thirdly, let me say that this war poses a huge challenge to all Christians who are hiding behind the statement that, like Archimandrite Kirill Hovorul said, fencing off the church, something that allows the church to carry out its mission, but something which is not the mission of the church. Therefore, when during the war, we cannot, let's say, share in communion with the Catholics due to historic differences, which long time ago lost their meaning, I think it's all about fencing off the church. It's not about the essence of Christianity. And when things are taking place the way that they're taking place, when the whole world goes rampant, we need to be conscious of these things. And lastly, once again, it's a huge challenge for the Orthodox world, because the Orthodox world cannot keep hiding and pretending that nothing is happening. The Orthodox world, back in 2016, made references to the world peace on many occasions, but in no way did it mention that one country, Orthodox country, occupied the territories of Russia, of Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. But now, when the Christian world can see the atrocities taking place, it mustn't hide behind. It must ask itself several questions, like whether it's going to be a confederation of churches where, let's say, the authorities of the bishop of Tbilisi, Sofia, or Moscow supersedes the authority of the whole council of the churches and the fundamental dogmas of the Orthodox Church overall. Whether the Orthodox Church, Eastern Orthodox Church, as theologians always lay stress, it is not a confederation of churches, it's a single church. Whether it can continue existing in this kind of mode. And it appears to me that this war will either make Christianity more responsible and more in unanimity with the whole world and modern age, or it will be given a very serious and painful blow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. We will probably get back to many of the topics that you have raised with us. And once again, I would like to take this opportunity and encourage all of our panelists or any of the participants of today's event, if you would like to make any remarks. Unfortunately, we have lost connection. No connection. Unfortunately, we're still having technical trouble. There is no connection with the studio. We will have to wait. In what sense? Clearly, during the period when there was no Ukrainian church, the state didn't want to assume the role in the revival of the church, both in the west and in the east of Ukraine. But along with that, I think it's extremely important to be mindful of the fact that the Ukrainian church has still set certain ethical, fundamental things for politicians. And in this respect, I see that everything is okay. And in this respect, church will have to grow in its importance. I have been speaking too long. Now I will probably give the floor to you, Ms. Elena, because you're sitting the closest to me, right next to me in the studio. And I'm also inviting other panelists who are on the other side of the broadcast. So Ms. Katerina, probably, you're welcome. Unfortunately, I didn't hear your question because we had lost the connection. The question was good. Can I please ask you to repeat, because we lost the connection? Well, briefly, Ms. Katerina, the question which I addressed to you slightly earlier, it connected us to what Mr. Bielensky spoke about, the fact that the churches in Ukraine have to be themselves. In the first place, they have to be true churches, not ersatz or replacements of political institutions and facilities, but perform the mission for which they are designed. And my question is, how do churches see this mission? What are the expectations and anticipations within the society of the church? Because it's important also to match and correlate these anticipations with the vision. Because in many ways, unfortunately, this results in multiple disenchantments with people, so that the expectations in the society and the vision of the church are commensurate and related. Thank you. First of all, it's hard to be the last and not to repeat what has already been mentioned, but I will still try to. Secondly, what do churches have to do? I think you have to ask the churches themselves about that. With reference to the fact that churches have to remain themselves and to do what they were created for, what they are meant for, I think it is clear and obvious that something which has always been true, because all of these things like recreation of the statehood, trying to influence policies and even with the best positive intentions, are secondary, subsidiary roles that our churches had to perform because probably they had to deliver on this mission. Someone had to do it. Nevertheless, the quality of the church is always about its mission and about the church life, which it maintains within itself and within its communities and parishes. One more point to make. At the beginning, there was a phrase, and I think it's really resonant and it's so relatable, and I have to speak about that because quite often we talk about church life, about relations between the state and the church, but now there is this third point, the connection and relations between the church and the society. I think it's the first, the second, and the third most important question because the church, if it goes back to the sagacious phrase about fencing off the church from the rest of the society, the church exists where, maybe I will speak very plainly, saying that the church exists where people require that, where there is the need for spiritual life, and the church can offer its services in this respect. So society is number one issue rather than 3, 4. Now, as I have been listening to you, I've been listening to you like a nightingale's mellifluous singing, because during the last months, I have been continuously posed with the question, what can we talk about? Because the church that we are discussing today, the church life in the territories of the hostilities raging right now, what's happening right now to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchy, I am not much optimistic concerning their ability to see things in the proper light and distance themselves from the Moscow Church. Nevertheless, the most fascinating thing that we are observing with reference to spiritual and church life is that the changes in the society dictated by most extremal conditions and changes and alterations in our society imposed by the war, how all of this is changing the church landscape. It's a really instructive point because we can see that this structure of 2000 years old, which has been in operation in existence for so long, is beginning to change, is beginning to take on new forms, how it is modifying itself under the influence of the changes, alterations, traumas, stresses raging in this society. Therefore, I would like to once again reiterate that society and its relation with the church, it's the issue number one. The condition of the society dictates what any church should be like in its territory. Thank you. I very much thank you for this response because in many ways this probably was my objective that I was pursuing, because I was meaning that when we talk about relationships between the church and the state, it's like a template. We try to also throw there the element of interfaith dimension, but we need to change our optics and take a new glance through a new lens and see it through the perspective of the society and societal needs. Moreover, I would say common benefit, common good, something that's sometimes mentioned but then forget. Nevertheless, Ms. Olena wanted to provide her feedback. So you're welcome to provide your feedback in response to anything, whether it be my intervention or Ms. Katerina's intervention. You can also throw a new question on us, because I think that our conversation is just getting in full swing. And I see that the people on the opposite side of the screen are beginning to feel this kind of the growth of the dynamics in our conversation. So you're welcome to raise your hands and talk. Thank you, Mr. Oleh. I will try to respond to two statements. One of them was your question about the anticipations of the society. And I would also like to pick up on what Mr. Victor had to say. Right now, these are very special days and times for Christianity, and this war is a certain challenge. And I would also say that this is a litmus paper test. And the society is expecting from the church to get slightly better than the society itself is, to be slightly kinder than the average members of the society, more truthful, more wise. We understand that the clergy are also human beings, and we are conscious of the fact that we cannot expect ideal, perfect things. Yet, we want to see something that will encourage us to grow and become better. And the acceptance of this mission by the clergy will significantly perhaps identify the request of the society for the church to grow rather than decline. We see that people are seeking, when they come to the church, that they want to feel quiet, peace, encouragement, the warmth of the heart. They want to feel hope. They want to feel and sense this Christian motive of love. Because Christ said that you will be known as my disciples due to having love in your midst. And if the church takes this challenge to give all these senses, meanings, sensations, feelings of love and search and wanting to become better as a society, this will eventually become a pledge and a safeguard for the unification of the society around churches as the centers to activate the society. And we can see that a lot of churches have been providing a lot of humanitarian aid, and they became the heart for charities. And in a lot of churches, we can see boxes and boxes with humanitarian aid. We're beginning to see that the church is either with its faithful, or it will be losing this stance, this position of a channel for expressing pain and a way to comfort and soothe this pain. And another leitmotif, which I could also provide some feedback to, it's the skepticism or optimism, it depends how you see that, with reference to the fate of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in its unity with the Russian patriarchy. I don't think it makes any point to continue talking about this connection, because we are very cautious concerning the decisions rendered by the Council of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church issued on May 27th, because when we begin to read this document, the part with reference to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church posed huge questions concerning the future that we are heading for. Then it was followed by a number of events which in a way give us reasons for good hopes, maybe not optimism, but still having good hopes. Firstly, it's the response of the Russian Orthodox Church in Moscow. On June 7th, there was the annexation of the Crimean diocese and accessing, it became part of the Russian Patriarchy. Then there was another decision taken on June 10th, and similar processes began to take place in Lugansk region. That is to say, Lugansk was claimed by the Moscow Patriarchy. All of these processes, we could predict them well ahead of time. I remember the conversation with the Metropolitan of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Onufrius in March, and we said that any steps in terms of severing connections from Moscow will result, in essence, in losing parishes in the occupied territories, and this is what we are beginning to see now. And along with that, the charter and the accompanying letter, most important, that our service received from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, and explanations that we heard in the Ukrainian Metropolitan's office, with all of the specifying questions and answers, still breed these good hopes and anticipations in us that it will never continue to be as it was before. But how it's going to proceed, well, the history is unfolding now in our eyes. But the first events of the early June, the events that followed May 27th Council, they're extremely vivid, and they're a true push forward, fixed and recorded in the text of the decisions of this council. Let me take this opportunity and respond to what you have just said as a commentator. Evidently, we understood that this step on behalf of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church would give us these kinds of actions. But on the other hand, these were illusions and they had to be alleviated, so we could just convince ourselves against that. But anyway, in practice, it is the way it is. And we can also assume, once again, it's only a speculation, an assumption to make, but several factors and facts allow us to say that there were people expecting this annexation, they were glad about this annexation, and they had been working for the sake of this annexation. We're not going to speak about conspirology at this stage, but still we need to be mindful of this fact. I think this topic will clearly have its percolations in our further conversation, but I can see that Professor Casanova would like to respond to the previous points made and probably to what Ms. Olena has just had to offer. And you're welcome also once again to raise your hands and provide your feedbacks. So
Well,
Jose, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Again, it was very, very interesting for me to listen to all of you. As you know, I'm the external observer here, and I have always been very optimistic about developments in Ukraine because they are unique, and you have to understand from a comparative context how unique they are. I visited recently on May 24th and 25th. I accompany international multi-confessional delegation of religious leaders, Christian, different Christian denominations, Jewish, Muslims, to visit Ukraine, to visit Kyiv, to pray together for peace with Ukrainian religious leaders. They were all very impressed by what they saw. And there are several aspects we became very clear when we visited religious communities under very difficult conditions. That the fact that all religious communities serve during these difficult times of war as refuge, as humanitarian refuge for all Ukrainians, irrespective of which religion. Also, the way in which different religious communities help each other. We visited Irpin, the Greek Catholic Church there. There were a group of over 30 people that were there for 2 weeks as refugees in the underground, in the cellar, and they were basically saved by fellow Baptist Christians in Irpin. The same thing goes for the Muslim community, the Tatars that we visited, and also help other groups. So this fact that religious communities in Ukraine are working with each other, helping each other, something which became obvious during Maidan, how the different religious communities of Ukraine could work together for the good of the Ukrainian people, not for their own faithful, but for the good of the Ukrainian people. And this also manifested in the way in which AUKRO, the All Council, Ukrainian Council of Religious Church and Organizations, works together with political authorities to discuss ethical aspects of legislation. They are not lobbying for their own interest, the Greek Catholics for their interest, the Orthodox for their interest, the Jews, but they are working together to basically think about the ethical issues of political legislation being developed in Parliament. Those are extremely, extremely important issues. In the future, also, obviously, what happens to the Orthodox churches of Ukraine and how ultimately, which kind of reconciliation, which kind of unity develops between the Ukrainian Orthodox Church or the Orthodox Church of Ukraine under Epiphany and the new Orthodox Church of Ukraine, autonomous, again, being in between Constantinople and Moscow right now. We don't know, but obviously Ukraine has to be viewed as a place in which interreligious dialogue between Christian churches within global Orthodoxy, between Greek Catholics, Roman Catholics, and Orthodox and Protestants is taking place and is likely to take place in unique ways. So I'm really looking forward to the future when many of those problems are going to be resolved and in which Ukraine can serve as a model of interecumenical, interreligious dialogue for global Orthodoxy, for global Christianity, for the Abrahamic religions, because these communications are already in place in Ukraine in a unique way, and this is something unique. And I want to precisely emphasize this, because sometimes under the very hard conditions of Ukraine, you Ukrainians forget how unique conditions in Ukraine in this respect are. So I wanted to give you a sense of optimism. I'm looking to the future beyond the war with much more optimism than perhaps most of you Ukrainians. So please.
Thank you, Jose, for this optimism. Truly, we are very grateful for your personal interest in terms of your academic research and popularization of the Ukrainian experience in the broader global context. At a later point, I will also have one more question to ask you, Jose, as a sociologist. But right now, I would like us to pick up on this idea that we are discussing right now before I give the floor to Mr. Andriy. And I would also like to add one more question, because I wouldn't like to lose it from our side. With all of the optimism, with all of the positive assessments of the coexistence of different religious dominations and the type of relations between the state and the church in Ukraine, with the active participation of the society, or rather with the active support of the society, we as historians clearly shouldn't forget one more important aspect, that nowadays the life of the religious communities in Ukraine is much affected by the experience of totalitarianism, this physical, destructive, brutal policy of the former Soviet regime. So one of the questions that I quite often come up with and pose myself, how can the church that has survived such dreadful decades, such destruction, such instrumentalization, how can she today voluntarily agree to deliver on the role which previously was allocated to the Communist Party, and now the church volunteers to become a tool in the hands of the state, and thus once again making itself vulnerable to lots of points of criticism. So do you think that maybe this communist experience is the reason for the problems that are prevalent in the Russian Moscow Church? And in what ways is it being reconsidered in the religious community in our country? But probably first, your response to the interventions of the other panelists. Thank you. It's not that I was thinking of making my intervention. I was thinking of expanding of our vision regarding the church, because quite often when we talk about the relations between the state, the church, and the society, we usually mean the leadership, the high priests, in the best way, probably the representatives of the priesthood, the clergy as a group. But in fact, the church, in its foundation, it's the community of the people who share in faith, common faith. So when we are discussing and debating on all of these points and issues, we must be mindful of the fact that common people are part of this society and part of this organization. There are no voiceless people. So if we take it into a broader context and see the church as the community of the faithful, christened, baptized people, then these strict boundaries, empirical boundaries between the church, the society, and the the church, the society, and the state, they get vague, because these faithful are represented in all of the ranks and all of the levels of the society. So it's very important that when we talk about these three dimensions, we need to be mindful of the fact that there are no strict limits, boundaries between these three groups. They overlap each other, and we also have to view the role of usual believers, the role that they have to play in the political and social life from the standpoint of their Christian and religious identity. One more point briefly to mention, with reference to the role of the totalitarianism and how this can impact the religious life or the stance that the church enjoys. If we talk about the Russian context, it seems to me that a big problem of the Russian Orthodox Church was and still is the fact that during the latest centuries, it didn't have a true competitor in the religious field. That is to say that the Russian Orthodox Church was a privileged church. And we also have to be mindful of the persecutions of the 20s and 30s in the 20th century. This cannot be denied. Yet, in the interfaith field, Russian Orthodox Church did not have any serious competition. And without this competition, having no experience of competing, perhaps healthy competition with other religious institutions, it's very difficult to remain a strong player against the state that tries to instrumentalize you by encouraging or inviting you, and you don't know what it's like to be in opposition to the state because of a long period of time when you were enjoying freedom from the state. And I think it's a temptation not only for Russia, but for many other countries where there is just one powerful religious community, one church that doesn't enjoy any competition, then it easily becomes voluntary or involuntarily an instrument in the hands of ideology, politics, policymakers, and in many ways becomes an ideological driver for the state to achieve its political purposes and goals. Because religious aspects, as it appears to me, have a certain potential to mobilize the whole society by way of ideology, and we can see how this is being employed in the Russian context in order to consolidate both the Russian society within and justification of the war which is being engaged against Ukraine and in Ukraine. Well, in essence, I agree, Father Andrew, with what you have to say. But as a positive provocation, let me say that the Russian Orthodox Church does have a competitor, not in the person of other denominations, but I think that the secularized society is in many ways this competitor. Only the 3% of the society in Russia are regular attendees of the church. So these challenges of secularization, the challenges of the secularization or rejection of religion and the church as such, these are the trends that the Soviet Union was trying to impose and enforce on the society. But it seems to me it's a very serious question today, question that needs to be asked of the church, whether it continues to work with the faithful and whether it bases its activities on its alliance with the state, and then the voice of the faithful has nothing to play with that. Then I would like to give the floor to Professor Yelensky concerning the process of secularization and instrumentalization of the church. I fully agree, I couldn't agree more, that religious pluralism is a very serious safeguard to play against the temptations of totalitarian regimes. But let me remind you that in the religious landscape of Ukraine, religious pluralism did not just come easy, because this religious plurality and diversity is not the same as pluralism, because pluralism is about the fact when all members of this diversity or plurality finally or ultimately agree with the rules of the game and more or less embrace it. Ukraine has gone through the stage during the time of its independence when the centers of power and force tried to break each other, when once again we think of 1,500 towns, settlements, villages, cities covered and engrossed in the Greek Catholic conflict, and then a Greek Catholic versus Russian Orthodox Church conflict, Ukrainian Orthodox conflict. And then the members of these conflicts came to realize that they could not overcome each other, they could not beat each other, they couldn't get any more political resources than their competitors. And at that point, they agreed to the situation that we have now. The All Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organization was created primarily not by the religious organizations themselves. It was created by the state for two reasons. The first being the state was the only entity interested in resulting in religious peace. And secondly, this was back in 1996, the state wanted to instrumentalize this council. It meant for this council to implement such decisions taken by Kuchma's administration as the president, for it to condemn the movement without Kuchma and other political movements against the administration of the president. And only after 2006, after the Orange Revolution, the All Ukrainian Council of Churches became a thing in itself. It emancipated itself and it severed the connection with the state and governmental institutions. It broke away from the government controls, and it has become something that we are proud of. With reference to totalitarianism, this temptation, beyond any doubt, is rooted more deeply than the Soviet days, goes back much more deeply than that. And uprooting that, just within the 30 years of wandering around the desert, well, we cannot brag about that yet. Numerous religious organizations would like to try on, so to say. The role of and the robes of a favorite religious institution. A lot of them would like different benefits and monopolies for themselves, but luckily, this isn't coming true. In Russia, instead, this happened very easily, very naturally. That's something that Patriarch Kirill's teacher said in the circle of his confidence. He said, "Brothers, I will not live to those days, but you will definitely see that the congresses of the Communist Party will begin with the singing of the prayer to the Holy Spirit." That is to say, he said that Soviet totalitarianism was completely okay for him. What he was not okay with was that this communist ideology, and we know that back in the days in Kremlin, there was the party that wanted to change the ideology for the Russian Orthodoxy. So more or less, in one way or another, finally they managed to achieve that. Again, let me get back to the question which keeps bothering me. In this Russian world, where did this fascism come from, this cannibalism? Where did it come from? Something that basically wasn't even part of the Soviet Union. It's a very grievous question, grave matter. That's something that needs to be the matter for sociologists, anthropologists, and any other scientists to study. Thank you. At this point, I would like to take this opportunity and get us back to the point made concerning secularization. I promised to Mr. Casanova that I was going to get back to him. So let me ask you this way. Long before the war, before 2014, I heard a phrase said by the Russian saying, what is the Russian Orthodox Church? We don't have to interpret it in a very deep way. In terms of the number of the people who pay donations and maintain the life of this church, it can be compared to the club of stamp collectors. So maybe this church is not needed anymore, and it has to boil down to the role of the club of stamp collectors because of secularization, and that the church is losing faith, trust. So Professor Casanova, how can we understand in a proper way what's happening to religion, to its role, why we're talking today about the church, the state, and the society in the context of the war? Maybe we should not speak about the church and just let the church get sidelined and everybody will continue living in a very peaceful and quiet way. So how do you see this process in the global process of secularization? Do we have the proper understanding of secularization the way it's happening right now in the world? You're welcome.
Well, it's a very complex, obviously, picture that one gets when one looks at the globe as a whole. There are many different processes, dynamics, which are actually contradictory. What is very clear that the model that was somehow presented as the European model of secularization, that the more modern societies become, the more secular they will be, this has not happened. And it's interesting to see what happened after the Soviet Union and the Soviet societies, when finally the old secularist state that tried to enforce secularism from above gave way to very different dynamics. If you look at the dynamic of East Germany, it continues to be the most secularized and even atheist society in the world. Poland remains a very Catholic society, but new dynamics without religious pluralism. In Russia, what you find is a reconfessionalization. So it's true that only 3% may go to church regularly, but the majority of Russian Slavic people, they claim to be members of the Russian Orthodox Church today. So in this sense, there has been a reconfessionalization of Orthodoxy. Being a Russian Slavic person and being Orthodox is one and the same. And of course, this is what both the regime and the church aim for, and in this respect, it has succeeded. Ukraine, what is unique is precisely because there was no possibility of one single national church, and the state, even if it wanted, could not really use one church for its own state purposes. Then you have this dynamic of religious pluralism, which is a dynamic which is actually outside of the West, is the most common. Modernization doesn't lead so much to secularization, but everywhere to religious pluralism, or throughout Asia, throughout Latin America, throughout Africa, where you don't have really histories of state churches. European models, we've come from a state church to very secularized societies. So, but this is a very, very general issue that cannot be addressed properly. What is important is to see how Ukraine is a unique development within Europe and has something to teach to precisely even modern secular European societies how to deal with religious pluralism. I think that this is what is important. Of course, you could say that Russia is also a plural society. It's a plural society because being an empire, obviously it has Orthodoxy, but also has the Muslims, and the Jews and the Buddhists and Baptists. But then you have a structure where the state regulates these different religions. So you have the privileged national Orthodox religion, the Russian Orthodox Church. Then you have the historical religions of the empire, Buddhists, Jews, Muslims, Baptists. And then you have the other new religions which have difficulties being recognized by the state, are persecuted, have to organize themselves as foreign agents. So here you have an attempt of a state to control the religious field. The important thing is that precisely the state does not control the religious field, but allows freedom for all citizens, religious and non-religious, because Ukraine is a relatively religious society, but many people also don't want to be confessionally linked to any particular church. Most Orthodox in Ukraine still say I'm simply Orthodox. So, but this is a very healthy development whereby you can have a secular state that doesn't lead to secularization, but leads to religious pluralism, but also, of course, to many options for secular people. So this, I think this is the most important aspect. What we need to live in a global plural structure is precisely secular states that protect the freedom of religion and the freedom of conscience of every citizen everywhere, but also somehow are helpful to develop interreligious mutual recognition where different religions can live together relatively peacefully and helping the common good. And I think that this is what the model which is being institutionalized in Ukraine, and for this is something that Ukraine can help also the European Union in its own model of relation of church-state society.
Thank you. I immediately want to give the floor to Ms. Olena because she has something to add from her perspective of an academic or a scientist and a practitioner in this regard. Thank you very much indeed. Concerning this issue with secularization and the risks of marginalization of churches in the contemporary society, I would like to get back to an interesting fact. I think in the 20th century, in the United States and universities, professors of sociology were very confident and persuasive by saying that by the end of the 20th century, religion will have disappeared from our lives. Iceland, who was positioned as an example of the first secularized, fully secularized state, saying that in churches it was pretty desolate on Sundays. And when they tried to give it a deeper look, they found out that along with the low attendance on Sunday, people continued to believe in God in Iceland. They continued to believe in the soul, the existence of the human soul after death. And along with that, people continued to pray. That is, the loss of certain involvement, physical involvement of the population in the life of religious institutions does not necessarily mean the loss of need for the element of eternal and existence in this eternity. The search for this internal peace and science, how to distinguish between good and evil, as we have heard it from our distinguished panelists today. So if we get back to the experience of modernity, we will be able to witness one more interesting thing, the loss of interest in the transcendent and in the religious as an institution, the picture of our life, which shows us what will happen to our souls after we pass away. This only happens when it is actively propagated by the totalitarian regimes, just like it was in the Soviet Union, when they proposed the ideology in replacement, in change for all religion and denominations, and we had the oppression of faith. But once this enforcement was removed, there was extremely fast revival, and the same was observed in other societies. We can see that the processes in Eastern Germany are kind of slower, but this is the situation very similar to Western Germany and very unlike Eastern Germany that had to embrace it once it was reunified with Western Germany. So this complete loss of interest in the spiritual and religious happens in people when there is a very serious political intervention happening. And it also appears to me very interesting, something that Mr. Victor had to say. How is it that in the Russian world we see this amazing violence of denying the other the right to existence? I wanted to share with you a hypothesis. Let's think back to the Soviet days and the role of the KGB in the lives of the religious organizations back in the days. We all know that no appointment of high priests was done by the approval of the KGB, and there was very high infiltration of the security structures into church life. They were repression structures rather than security structure representatives. So the doctrine of the Russian world in the version that the Russian Orthodox Church has been offering during the last 2 decades is the effect or the consequence of something that on the one hand, there was no separation from of Federal Security Service of Russia from religious life, and on the other hand, the sentiment of spirituality joined in this process. And when this national self-elevation and imperial ambitions begin to play, and special services have to play a role in that. They trained very well during the years of the Soviet regime. In summary, this can boil down to this unexpected product. Our service during the last 2 years has one question sent by a religious movement. They tried to plant it here in Ukraine, and this religious movement had to say that the name of Ukraine is humiliating. It was imposed by the satanic forces. We are absolutely sure that this is probably one of those special projects generated by the Neighborhood Federation. Because when we talk about our scenarios for the eternity, about our ability and capacity to think and love, it is hardly the context that can breed and generate such ideas. Respectively, these imperial traditions can produce such unexpected and doubtful ideological forms, very sad forms indeed. Thank you, Ms. Katerina. I would like to hear your voice in this part of our discussion where we are talking about secularity, religiousness, how they match, correlate, as well as the sources of this hateful application of ideology. Anything that you would like to contribute to? Thank you. First off, I thank Ms. Olena because I wanted to make this observation too. People do not come to churches. They are not always religious when they come to churches. These are two different notions. But I think that the distinction between the Russians who don't go to church and the Icelandic population, because you gave the illustration of the Iceland, well, there's quite a distance, there's quite a difference between the two. With reference to the Russian church, yes, we like comforting ourselves by saying that it's only 2 or 3% who come to celebrate church feasts. They come to celebrate in the church. And this is the true number, the true quality of the Russian Orthodoxy. But the Russians in Russia have a very specific phenomenon of their religiousness, typical of the Russian Orthodoxy as a phenomenon, deeply rooted in that. Their religiousness is like the Russian spirit from fairy tales. It's comprehensive, overarching, while unstructured within the people themselves. It's not packaged. In the foil of the specific Russian religiousness. Anything can be packaged like that, and anything can be presented under this pretext. That's why they don't go very much into ideology, unlike Icelandic religious people who may not go to church, but they still understand what they do. They pray, they read religious literature, they profess and confess certain ideas and notions concerning the world and concerning religious notions. More or less relatively, they understand what they believe in. What Russians believe in, I don't mean Russians as citizenship, but the people who belong to the Russian Orthodoxy. Frequently, they are not very sure of their religious convictions and beliefs. And these religious beliefs may be not so broad in a sense of ideology, that is to say, where the borderline between purely religious beliefs and absolute ideological constructs lie. So this borderline is very difficult to draw sometimes between the two. That's why it's true. This Russian Orthodoxy in this presentation is a fantastic find for the state that wants to control the minds of its citizens. And in this sense, it's not important how many people go to church and what they celebrate. What matters is that near the president, near the head of the state, there is the patriarch, who may not even support. He simply does not reject or deny the messages issued by the state leadership with any kind of evident, explicit or implicit sayings or messages. But behind those messages, there is a spiritual foundation or underpinning. Even the silent presence of the head of the church drops a hint that this spiritual element is still part of the ideology of the state. Therefore, Russian secularity, I think, has many challenges and caveats that we have to consider it through. And I think the same goes for us. I am bothered by the fact that we keep talking about Russia. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about us. All right. Anyway, that's exactly what I was expecting. I was expecting you to say a little bit more about our dimension. But if we go for these illustrations and statistics, all of this needs to be very deeply analyzed, because when talking about these declarations concerning religiousness and figures and percentages, I thought back to the fact that somewhere in Sweden, the number of people that belong to the state Swedish church, which is a Protestant church, is even greater than the number of the christened Swedes. So this can be manifested in different ways in different nations. But clearly this pure statistic, bare statistic, does not account for something else. How much certain principles rooted in religion have to play the role in the lives of the people in everyday life, that people live these principles and breathe this principle. I think it's something that we ignore. It's something that cannot undergo the statistical arithmetic, something that requires deeper understanding. Unfortunately, the time of our meeting is already running out. And now, as we usually see that, and the previous panel have done that, our distinguished panelists have an opportunity during 1 minute in the order in which we begin our today's session. I have to offer some comments. Professor Casanova, anything that you believe is necessary to add without actually forcing your opinion, but maybe just to illustrate one of the aspects that you have heard or you may not have heard today?
Well, the most difficult issue for Ukrainian Christianity is going to be reconciliation after the war. First, reconciliation within Ukrainian Orthodoxy. It will have to come for the good of Ukrainian society and for all the churches. And eventually reconciliation also with Russian Orthodoxy. But those obviously comes much further. But Ukraine does have an important role to play in the future for the dynamics within global Orthodoxy. And I think we need to look for this. Ukrainian Orthodox Church will need to be much more reinforced in its intellectual resources, which are very weak right now, and to become less isolated from the outside global orthodoxy, become much more related to the new currents within global orthodoxy. There are many important theological developments which are not yet really visible in Ukraine. So this, I think, is the task of the future.
Thank you. Father Andrei, please. I'll be brief by saying about my hope. We have a certain model of relations between the church and the state built in Ukraine. Of course, we would like to have also a very positive method of applying and making this model, applying it in work, making sure that this partnership relationship will result in greater good, and making sure that this collaboration is in no way eclipsed and darkened, but by the attempts of the state to instrumentalize the church. And maybe also the wish to the Ukrainian sociologists, because I'm not a sociologist, Ms. Catherine has already spoken about that. We would like to make sure that these magical 35 to 38 people who recognize themselves to be Christian, who are they? What is their identity? I don't know if there are any researchers in this regard. We usually see that reflected as a sociological result of polling or surveying, that we have three groups within the Orthodoxy. And fourthly, we have the group of people who simply refer to themselves as Christians. It would be interesting to find out who they are and how they see themselves as Christians, and what they think of the church, not only of themselves. I think it's a very broad notion, a very broad topic, although being very specific. But nevertheless, Ms. Olena, the representative of the state in this situation, but at the same time, you're also a sociologist. I'm trying to restrain myself from commenting on the question about the people referring to themselves as purely Christian, but it's a very long lecture-like answer to this question. Let me say a few things concerning the decision of the Hague Court about the case referring to religion. The general approach applied now is as follows. The state has to organize conditions of free professing religion. So people have to be free in professing or confessing their religious views. This is the essence of anticipations or expectations. Along with that, each of us enjoy freedom when each and every one of us realizes that we have to respect the freedom of others. That's why it seems to me that our prospects for the future lie within the following very simple statements: that the state creates the conditions of the freedom of confession. Along with that, every one of us has to be conscious of the fact that there is no space of freedom for me if I'm not ready to respect the freedom of others. Thank you, Professor Jelensky. The spirit of the European Court of Human Rights in the cases referring to Article 9, freedom of conscience, and which also perhaps refer to other articles. The spirit of these decisions lies in the fact that the freedom of confession and freedom of belief may be bound and limited for a very small number of reasons. But the spirit of these decisions also lies in the fact that the state may legitimately defend itself when, under the guise of professing or confessing a particular religious views, certain religious groups or individuals are harmed or endangered. It's also a great deal of hope for me that I enjoy when I look at the life of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the former Moscow Patriarchy. I'm sure, and I can prove it, that all of these pure Orthodox people, the way that they refer to themselves, these are the people who just go to churches of Moscow Patriarchy, but they are shy to tell us about that. And let me remind you about a Nobel Prize winner, Mikhail Sholokhov, the Russian writer, giving his response to the Western journalists concerning the fact that the Soviet writers write at the behest of the Communist Party. He said, it's not true. We don't write at the behest of the party. We write at the behest of our heart. But our heart belongs to the party. To a great extent, this relates and refers to many bishops of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the former Moscow Patriarchy. For them, it's extremely important and most important. Perhaps if you read their interviews, especially their Eastern addresses, what matters for them is preserving their corporation. But within this corporation, in addition to the people who are sincere patriots of Ukraine, there are many other people who are simply poisoned with this chauvinism, poisoned with the rejection of the idea of Ukraine as an entity. And for them, they will have to go through a very lengthy evolution, let me put it this way. I'm sure that the problem, which is the sharpest to be faced in the religious field of Ukraine in the nearest future, is definitely the dialogue between the Moscow Patriarch and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which Moscow Patriarch at any attempts try to join. And without that, we may not see the future of Orthodoxy in our country. Thank you, Mr. Victor. And now, Ms. Katerina, please. I would like to thank, in the first place, for this opportunity to be together with you here. It feels like peaceful times are back. And I observe and notice that all of us are trying to speak in some future modality, when we will try to make peace, reconcile, try to give assessments, when someone will have to stand to account, maybe not human account, maybe the account and the account of history. All of our attempts to speak about Russia, when we are trying to speak about less about themselves and speak less about the time that we are living through. It seems to me that our greatest assignment and challenge to be tackled now is not in the future. I believe that right now all of us have to be tasked with number one, to stand up and not back down, both as the citizens and the churches. After the victory, we will have to see who is with whom, which decisions were right and wrong, and what stood behind each of those decisions, and what pressure different decisions were taken with reference to our religious freedom, our constitutional belonging, our canonical territory. All of these issues are within the purview of the armed forces of Ukraine. And it seems to me that until they finish this conflict, and it heavily depends where they finish this conflict, at what point, all of these conversations, of course, are very kind and good, but it simply serves very good psychological reasons. And once again, I wish all of us to get back to serious discussions of these issues after peace comes to our land. Thank you, Ms. Catherine. I believe that these are the words that I would have to say, but probably I wouldn't be able to say them so aptly as you have said that. Thanks to all of the participants of this panel. Glory to Ukraine and glory to the hero.
Yeah. 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 The risk is that you are understood as someone who is resentful and wants to take revenge. And this is not the case. It's different.
We would like to welcome everyone in our activity, and we open the third session of today, which has the name At the Renewed Land, Resurrected Land, what we are going to lean on after the victory in society. I'm Taras Lute. I'm going to moderate this meeting today, and please allow me to introduce our panelists of this discussion we are going to have today. Я and the participants from Ukraine. First of all, I would like to introduce to you Miss Katerina Yesko. She is a psychologist, educational worker, and she is researching the development of the adults, the co-founder and the lecturer of the New School of Thinking. Katerina, thank you very much for participating in this panel. And the next participant is Miroslav Marinovich, the intellectual historian, theologist, vice rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Mr. Miroslav, we are happy to welcome you here. And the next participant is Roman Kechur, the head of the chair of psychology in the Ukrainian Catholic University. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much and good afternoon. And today in the studio, we have Alexander Filonenko, the physicist, professor of philosophy, theologist, and today he is going to manifest all his skills in all these areas. Alexander, welcome. Dear colleagues, I would like to open this discussion with the following preamble. On the 24th of February, all of us have found ourselves in a very strange, to put it mildly, situation, which according to a lot of people, this day has not been finished. We are going over the same day. It's like in American movie. And almost for 4 months, the full-fledged military aggression of the Russian Federation in Ukraine is continuing. And already it has been acknowledged by everyone of having the traits of genocide. And we in Ukraine have become the witnesses of many thousands of mass murders. And first of all, these are the deaths of the innocent children. Millions of people have become refugees and they have left the Ukrainian land, their homes, and they were compelled to move outside Ukraine. And almost every day we hear about the losses of human beings, the human losses. And this is also destruction of infrastructure, and this is destruction of the hospitals and schools and the kindergartens and the religious buildings and the cultural monuments. And even under all these conditions, we understand that we have to win, we have to get a victory. And after the victory, it will be necessary to again restore this land. and restore not only infrastructure, and also we have to regenerate the psychological status of Ukraine and actually mental health of Ukraine who are suffering at present. And we have to understand now what in this work on rehabilitation should be done by the state, civil society, and what the religious organizations have to do in this area, and after all, the intellectuals of this country. And at the very beginning, before starting and opening this discussion, I would like to ask a question and to put it to all the participants of this discussion. What, to your mind, or your, assessment of the preparedness of the civil society, activists, the churches, religious organizations to start resolving, addressing all these issues? І першу
Excuse me, unmuted. The majority of the people in the Netherlands, they do support the candidacy membership of Ukraine to the European Union. And as ordinary people in the Netherlands, we didn't understand the hesitation of our government until yesterday to keep Ukraine, so to speak, in the waiting room and not being more generous in understanding the situation and how important it is, also as a symbol of solidarity, to have Ukraine now granted the candidacy membership of the European Union. So for us as ordinary citizens and for many intellectuals, there was a huge debate why our government was not more proactively in awarding the candidacy of Ukraine. And so only after the large European countries, Italy and France and Germany, now our government also acknowledges and supports the membership. So we didn't understand this position, and it shows somehow a discrepancy between, on the one hand, saying you belong to the European family, Ukraine. On the other hand, when it comes to really concrete actions you can take, being hesitant, taking the role of a bureaucrat, which is not appropriate in times of war. So I'm glad that now the step is taken, and the mood in the population is to be supportive of Ukraine, and also to be willing to pay a price. So we'd rather be cold than wrong is one of the sayings. Liever koud dan fout. This means so paying higher prices for the energy. It all belongs to what we can do in defense of Ukraine.
And my next question is to Madam Katerina Yesko. Ms. Katerina, I know you for several years as an educator, which is working with the youths. Well, anyway, we met, well, in this situation, and we met on these grounds. So what do you think about how the current situation is being perceived? I mean, the situation of war is being perceived by the Ukrainian teenagers. What's the response and reaction of the teenagers, the citizens of Ukraine, and how do they respond to the conditions under which they find themselves now? Я перепрошую, немає звуку. Треба ввімкнути мікрофон пані Катерині.
I will speak English, given that a lot of people are listening to us from various parts of the world. So speaking about the Ukrainian youth, I would say that we observe an explosion of patriotism. And I can speak about it at a personal level, since my 17-year-old son has returned 3 days ago from United States of America, where he could stay for another year, given the new regulations for those who were in the US. He was an exchange student during the beginning of the war. And he's now in Ukraine, willing to work in the country and give his best, do his best for its future. And the same we observe. Of course, there are different trends, but I would say that my general impression from the working with teenagers for the past 4 months at a weekly basis, and I will have another meeting just after we finish at 7:30, is that all children are very committed to coming back to Ukraine. Most of them are abroad at the moment. At least from my circles, their parents did their best to put them into the safe places. And at the same time, they are very interested in politics. Teachers say that there's a totally new trend in pedagogy. The children really want to solve practical problems. For example, speaking about math, they're now understanding the importance of calculating the distance when the missile is started off. Then what is the distance and what is the time that is needed in order for the sirens to warn people so that they could get to the safe place. So we see that children are interested in history more than ever. History of Russian, Ukraine, and Eastern European relations in general. Children are interested in politics and know many more names of the European and Western and world leaders than before. And mostly children are interested in coming back to Ukraine and working for the country long term. That's the trend.
Would like to thank you very much for your response. And my next question is to Mr. Miroslav Mironovich. And Mr. Miroslav, I would like, first of all, to ask you as to one of the heads of the Ukrainian Catholic University, what changes can you see in your university as the research and educational center, I mean, during the times of the war? And first of all, I would like to ask you whether you feel the support from all over the world, international support, and maybe from Vatican in particular, whether this support exists, and actually what the university now is doing and interested in. My impression is that university in the constant process of changes. Within the first days, the main emphasis, the first days of the war, I mean, of the new phase of this war, the main emphasis was put on volunteerism, and all our students and professors and faculty started to work as volunteers, and they were looking where they can volunteer. The building of the university and the premises of the university were transformed on the one hand into the a place where we were accepting IDPs and also the refugees while they were traveling outside Ukraine and getting evacuated abroad. And also we used the premises as a center of actually distribution of the humanitarian assistance, which was coming from the West. And a little bit later, when this kind of work was streamlined, our students opened their own information front. And a lot of them were working with their colleagues and peers outside the country. They were telling about the situation in which Ukraine found itself. They participated in various international meetings, and luckily, English helped them a lot. Being fluent in English helped a lot. And then all of us, and mostly the head and the management of the university, understood that we do not have a moral right to make youths the victims of this war in terms of delaying their education. We are responsible for, even under the conditions of the war, our students would receive all the education which we can provide them with under these conditions, this in a distance mode, in one-to-one mode. And the emphasis was made on the distance learning mode and education. But now we would like the people who stay in Ukraine to bring back into the live communication in our environment, in our community, because this is also a very important dimension of education, nurturing, and upbringing, to be in the community. That's why the university is changing all the time, constantly, and we are in contact all the time with the rest of the world. All the network of Catholic universities is supporting us, and in various forms this support is delivered. Some universities do especially a lot to support us, and here we can mention the Notre Dame University, which at present developed a special program, a special curriculum, a very strong program of support of Ukraine through the Ukrainian Catholic University. And it is not the only university, not only Notre Dame University. Our partners in other universities support us as well. And you've mentioned here the Pope, and he actually received the small Ukrainian delegation, which included the two representatives of the Ukrainian Catholic University. And there is a support, and we are moving forward. We are not stopping. Mr. Miroslav, you mentioned the Pope. So immediately I started to think about the notorious, maybe I can use the word, this case of the unity, so to say, and of Ukrainian woman and Russian woman, and actually the response which was given after this event, which was organized in Vatican. And actually there was a storm of indignation on the part of the Ukrainians that does not the Pope see the real status of affairs. What do you think, whether it's true, or this just framework, or this picture of the war, is it understandable to the primates of Vatican? Well, it's understandable that, well, we cannot expect absolute identity of the views of Ukrainians and the views of Vatican. We, from the very start, have to understand this and understand the difference. I cannot expect the identical views between even my colleagues and myself, well, to say nothing about other peoples and the other representatives. But if we are talking about this specific case, so I can tell the following. Well, definitely, it does not mean equalizing the guilt of Russia, Russian people and Ukrainian people, as a lot of people understood it and accused the Pope of doing it. The Pope, in our conversation, made us understand that he understands quite well who is an aggressor, and he is not mixing up things here. He also, during our conversation, even, you know, joking with some sense of humor, said that one of the sisters, one of the nuns, told, well, about all these reproaches which were made by the Ukrainians. So it was not the case when, well, when some autocrat is not being reported on some critical remarks and responses. No, it's not the case. The Pope really understands what's going on, but the Pope is trying to find a Christian echo, or, well, a Christian, so to say, response to this problem, non-political response. And this is where certain, well, different interpretations might happen. Maybe you have recalled that I was writing a very critical article about this event. And I also believe that symbolism of this path was, well, a little bit distorted because, and false. It's true that Jesus actually sacrificed his life for the sake of everyone, not only for the rioters, but also, well, for the sinful people. Maybe the other way around even. Maybe he just sacrificed his life to save the sinners. But the crosses with which we are carrying to reach Jesus Christ are different, because there are the crosses of the victims of the crime and the crosses of those who are guilty of the assault. And this is how we interpreted differently these positions. And we had to explain to the Pope that we had a very painful feeling of this approach. Thank you very much. And now I would like to address my question to Mr. Roman. Roman, could you please tell us, to your mind, what at present is going on in the Ukrainian society, what happens to the Ukrainian society, and in particular with the people who live in the regions who receive and host the IDPs, and what happens to the IDPs themselves? Well, you know, we have a tragic page of our history. We are the people who have a lot of tragic events in our history. We do not have that much positive experience, but we have lived through a lot of catastrophes. We are the nation and the people who constantly faced the problems with the possibility to articulate it and to create narratives about this. We not only suffered, yeah, a lot of people were suffering the way we were suffering as well. But in the majority of cases, in these peoples who formed large states had an opportunity to formulate a narrative about their sufferings, to formulate a history about that. But we are not unique. A lot of people suffered like us, but we are different from those large nations. It's not because we had, you know, more sufferings, but we did not have any conditions to actually understood our trauma. And that's why this trauma was accumulating. You, well, you said that we are reliving the same day all the time. And this is a classical, you know, the classical trauma. Well, the experience is not transformed, but it is repeated all the time. The trauma is regenerating itself all the time. Now we are under the situation when we are living through another very tragic event. But the tragic event does not mean that we will be traumatized, because the the tragic event which is not shared with the others is tragic. It's the trauma is a tragedy, but other people don't share it, and Socium or the individual faces the trauma by himself or herself. You described the very proper situation. There are the regions who are receiving the IDPs, and there are and the refugees, and there are those who are hosting refugees. So there are two parties here: those who live through this trauma, and also those who accept this trauma. And this is not only Ukrainians who start to understand this trauma, but also our Western colleagues do. And for the first time in our history, we feel maybe the real solidarity of the Western society. We might have, different opinion about the actions of the government, that politics, and the politics has a lot of layers, and sometimes they are very pragmatic and cynical even, and each policy might have, different views and opinions, but we might criticize them, but we cannot criticize the peoples who actually opened the doors to us. Europe opened the doors to our people. Various countries of Europe opened the doors to our people. And we have this shared trauma, the shared catastrophe at present. And this creates an opportunity to create this new narrative, to describe this trauma. And it gives an opportunity to build the nation or the community, not in the ethnic sense, not in the political, but in the value sense, and to build it on the basis of the joint narrative. So the country and our country, this land, today, all of us are in the center of this traumatic sensation, which might stop being a trauma, but it might become the tragic experience. It's an experience. And then we will be able to, disrupt this cycle of living through the same day all the time. And thus we will start moving forward, and we will have past, present, and the future. And we will understand what this future is going to be. And I think that at present we are in a very important phase of our work, a very important nodule of our history. And at present we have the honor to create this history. And depending on how we as a society, not only as an army, not only as the political institutions, not only like economy, and we as a society, will be able to take a position of benevolence and mutual assistance, mutual understanding, mutual participation. To what extent we will be able to be show the solidarity to each other, and whether we will be able to find the language to describe what's going on with us and tell it to other people. So this is a very important task, and this is our current most important task. I think that due to the shock, we are doing it very slowly, the shock which we lived through at the beginning. But I think that now we step by step starting to understand this task. Mr. Mann, there is another question to follow. Well, it's not sufficient to describe the psychological status of the victim. It is also very important to understand the psychological status of the aggressor. Could you please maybe tell a few words and describe what's the psychological type we are dealing with, the psychological type of our enemy? We can talk here about the executors who at present are acting in the area of the Ukraine, and the heads of the state as well. Well, this is just quite a difficult task. 20 years ago, I always refused to answer these questions. Yeah, well, sometimes these abstract questions are put to me, but the war started. So I can allow myself to tell you, to give an example, to give an explanation more specifically. When I was in Rome, I came to Colosseum, and there is a radio guide, and you can listen to the stories. And there were various stories during 2 weeks. The entertainment was arranged, and during those 2 weeks, it was possible to kill 10,000 people. They were not even counting the animals, and that was in pre-Christian epoch. This was under the time when murders and plunders was considered to be an exploit. and the defense, and the law, well, losing the game was really not welcome. And this was, and actually it was an epoch of having no sense of guilt, and maybe due to the fact that Jesus Christ has sacrificed his life, we have created a culture of guilt. If we look at the Russian socium, they consider themselves, well, as the people who are not guilty. They can plunder, they can kill, and they cannot survive this sense of guilt because they cannot survive it. In this sense, we have something like a novel barbarism, a barbarism which is colored by totalitarian Asian, maybe, imagination about the human nature. We now deal with one more process, and this is a process of disintegration of the empire. The people who assaulted us, well, it was not by chance. And there is a protagonist of this group. They simply don't understand what their future is as a national community. Their imagination of the future, as in each empire, is based on the necessity to conquer new land. If you look at the history of Russia up to the present, it's Russia which is diminishing under the pressure of the defeats, and which is expanding and actually conquering the new lands during its periods of flourishing. And this is not technological and civilization, modernization developments, but this is flourishing phases are based on conquering new areas. And we face a very serious problem. And our European colleagues see Russia through the prism of Russian culture. And but it is true that during the 200 years after the Peter the Great and until the Great October Socialist Revolution, there were good samples of the Russian culture who have been created. But we sometimes forget that the people who have created this culture were exterminated by the civil war in Russia and later by the mass purges in the Soviet Union. And we see the culture which is a phantom, which has remained as the heritage of the generations which have been annihilated, which disappeared. And the current Russia, as Egypt, with its pyramids, that does not really is part of the current Egyptian culture. And this is the same with the Russian culture. Maybe they could have regenerate this culture, this nation, if they will be using this culture. But this practice is being ruptured by new dictators, new wars. It's being ruptured all the time. And we face a huge problem. And this is a problem means that we have no imagination of how this problem could be resolved. Thank you very much. And Alexander, I would like to ask you. Alexander, I'm not going to ask you as a physicist, but the situation which we find ourselves now, to my mind, at the end of the 19th century was described by Friedrich Nietzsche.
At the end of the 19th century,
on
the
these
situation
bases,
that we are in was described
in the
by
Western
Friedrich
world,
Nietzsche.
in the United
And then we
States of
found
America, the theological of the death of God has been created. So Nietzsche
That is,
actually
Nietzsche
announced
spoke about
this
death of
death of the God.
Can we
And whether we can use this
apply
Nietzsche
this
metaphor for
to
our
our
current
contemporary
situation.
situation?
And where
Where
the individual
Can
who
a
wants
man
the
Mariupol,
individual in
in
Mariupol
Kharkiv,
or in
in
Kharkiv or in Bucha, and
who is screaming
when
with
this
God,
individual addresses our Lord, so whether our
where
Lord
can this
hears
man or woman be sure that God
prayers
is
of this
hearing them, or
individual,
has God
or
died? What does it mean? Thank you for the
God
question.
has died,
I very
and
much appreciate
what
true
happens in
questions,
this
real
situation?
questions.
Well,
In the
thank you
first
very
place,
much
it
for this
seems to
question.
me
I think that the Nietzsche
Nietzsche's
version of
version
the
the
death of God,
in a
to
way
a certain extent, describes the situation, but it's not a complete description, and it does not give us an opportunity to look into the future. I am a supporter of Richard Kearney, an Irish theologist who created a special word, anatheism, to actually complete the Nietzsche analytics analysis. And he said that after the epoch of the death of God, all of us need to actually understand what was the resurrection of the Lord. And we need anatheism so that we will look how the God is being resurrected and how the humanism is being resurrected, and what should we rely on in the situation where it seems that we live in the middle of ruins, and where an atheistic position is being followed by these the resurrection of our God. The first day of the war in our reality, my friend, Russian poet, the Trotsky, he wrote a verse which consists of 3 lines, and I repeat it every day as a prayer. He saw what was happening in Kharkov, and I live in Kharkov, but I was in Kiev in the first day of the war, and his verse is very, very simple. The future is going to come out of the Ukrainian cellars, and it will close the eyes because the light will be too strong. And these 3 lines written outside Ukraine, but which are filled with the sympathy to Ukraine, it brings me to the idea of how the humanity is going to resurrect and be regenerated. All these months of the war, it's not only the tragic experience which we live through, but also it's a shock from the miracles and the events which give us an opportunity not only to actually preserve our hope, but to also resurrect our hope. This is a religious war. This is not only a collision of barbarism and civilization, but barbarism and civilization are being built on certain religious preconditions. And I believe that the banner of this war is actually war between the humanity and the techniques of dehumanization, which not only follow the traditions of the 20th century, but it brings something absolutely new, which is shaking the current world. And a lot of people were surprised by the fact that the Russian army was able to really demonstrate this awful dehumanization and continues to surprise the world with that. But on the other hand, the hope of Ukraine and our victory is built on the premise of the fact that Ukrainians demonstrated potential of humanism, which was demonstrating to the world, and ability to build horizontal linkages and follow the needs of the individuals and help these individuals. And Ukraine is winning in this humanism. But there is a problem which might, in which we are going to bump in when the Russian missile actually hit the house of Skovoroda, where he died, and we are marking the 3 years anniversary of the birth of Skovoroda. And all the mass media demonstrated the photographs of the building where Skovoroda spent his last days. And the comments were very simple. We are going to reconstruct everything. And the first response is very sort of natural. We are going to reconstruct it, but we have to see also the new point of growth of Ukraine, new senses and new hope. And when I'm thinking about it, I think that this new hope is there where we start to understand that a human being and humanity is not given and for granted. It's not a resource. It's not oil. It's not what we have in terms of resources, but humanity is a huge task we have to perform. And the Ukraine has to become the country of culture, the space of culture where the humanity is being cultivated.
I believe that our future is connected not only with building new constructs, but also with the ability to win and prevail, and we have to be more careful concerning the position of the God that rises from the death. Because on the one hand, the teacher from the Kharkiv school, whom I love very much, posted a picture of a destroyed house in Kharkiv in the first days of shelling. And there he said, I don't have anymore the house where my mom used to live. And on the one hand, we keep repeating this issue of war, and it keeps resonating. On the other hand, no man has been born who can answer the question, where is God? Because this question is something that we need to learn to ask God himself. God, where are you? And I think that he is there where people are suffering, women, children. And in the final count, I think that theological questions today all boil down to the nature of humanity. It's not, it isn't an anthropological point anymore. It's a sign of hope and the sign of theological revival. In this sense, I would like us to go back to this formula of anatheism, anotheism, because I'm under the impression that we are dealing with some logistic formula of generated by Hegel, denying the negative. That's something that we know from the history of religion about constant dying and revival of God's rebirth. It's clear that we cannot boil it all down to a very narrow and simple, natural, arithmetic, probably even circle of revivals and dying. I don't know if this opinion will be confirmed or not, but the question about God is also a question about man, about human beings. There is also a remarkable point about this war, which is not always observed even by analysts, because the Russian army acts very much in line with the Russian calendar. The war started on the 24th of February. It was the week of the Last Judgment, and these demonic plans also included the parade in Kiev on Sunday, and that Sunday was the Sunday of the Last Judgment. On the one hand, it's clear what the Russian propaganda could also do with this fact that it was the Sunday of the Last Judgment, and on the other hand, it's a parable about the Last Judgment. It's a striking, amazing one, because this is the time when God will divide people into those that will stand on the right and on the left, not because they recognized God in their lives, but only because they were human or failed to be human. And I think this whole story is about the fact that humanity is the highest, is the supreme presence of God and divinity in his creation. It's something that we go through in a very practical way, up to very specific initiatives, up to specific volunteering initiatives. I was really impressed very much by the story, which was initiated by Mr. Sadavoy, who is the mayor of Lviv in the west of Ukraine. They created a rehabilitation center called The Unbroken for people with amputated limbs. People who lost their limbs nowadays in Ukraine cannot receive proper medical assistance because Ukrainians are the people that know much savvy a lot about technological things. So it's not enough if Ukraine doesn't become the land of reviving humanities. No institution can be just a facility. It should be a place of reviving humanity. This is a very strong requirement that Ukrainians keep crying about, addressing the whole world. And it's extremely important because I think that our tragic experience is bringing us to the point that we cannot just view the things as a possibility to go back to the revival of certain forms and norms. We need more. We need humanity. Thank you, Alexander. Thanks to all of the speakers for our first round of our interventions. And now I would suggest that we continue working along the following lines. We're going to have 3 blocks of questions to discuss. They will relate to professional expertise of our today's distinguished speakers. And the first group of questions will have to do with psychological aspects. The second will be concerned with religious ones. And the third one, let me put it this way, some visionary elements. At first, I would like us to discuss, or maybe to follow up on our discussion on psychological resilience. And a number of these questions will go to Ms. Catherine and Mr. Roman. So, dear colleagues, how in conditions of war can one survive being in a situation of constant stress, both informational and emotional and physical, and existential pressure? How can this be done? Ms. Katerina, you're welcome to start.
Since 2014, we were very fortunate that a lot of humanitarian programs took place supporting the capacity building in Ukraine in terms of trauma therapy, in terms of development of facilitation and mediation skills. So in comparison to what we observed before 2014, we can say that a whole bunch of quite professional therapist was grown during these 8 years. So now we are a little bit more prepared, although of course the level of tragedy and its depth is much bigger. So what I would like to also emphasize is, of course, all of us are traumatized. The level of trauma is very different. What really helps is at the collective level. Since the plan of Putin, Ukraine within 3 days or Kiev within 3 days failed, and now we are in an active resistance stance. It helps a lot to digest this traumatic experience, and as a coping strategy, many people use productive, constructive helping others becomes a source of psychological resilience. And the volunteering movement that we see now is actually one of the most beautiful strategies that could be used answering to your question, how to deal with stress. And of course, this is not the only strategy. And we see now that a lot of attention was drawn by our Ukrainian government and by the First Lady from colleagues from all over the world. I recall a few weeks ago, there was a conversation between our First Lady and one of the top officials, I believe, even from the King's family from Belgium, and what is discussed is different ways of recovery that European friends and colleagues could provide to Ukraine through various humanitarian programs. So I would like to emphasize that we all need community, and this is one of the most productive strategies in the times of war. We all need, what helps is the sense of belonging. What helps is the sense of meaning. We know what we are fighting for. Of course, what will help in to people in a worse situation than average, I believe that we, as I mentioned, we are all traumatized to different extent. So there are cases with strong PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and professional help of psychiatrist and trauma therapist is very necessary. At the same time, we also see women scattered all over the world, especially in Europe, women and children. And me being temporarily displaced in Lithuania and working with women and children in Lithuania, I also see that there is a lot of mourning, there is a lot of grief that has to be digested, even if women are in a relative safety. However, we are all victims of war. And community, when people get together in the European countries into small Ukrainian or not very small communities of like-minded people and start to read books together. I've witnessed recently the initiative on group reading, for example. Recently, a Ukrainian center was created in Vilnius that has gathered a lot of Ukrainian women and teachers in order to read together, communicate, and do the trauma work. So I believe all these things are important, and the Ukrainian situation is very unique. And in some time, I imagine that we could share a lot with the world in terms of those best practices that we figured out what helped and what didn't help. And I imagine that there will be a fertile soil for a number of conferences and contributions of Ukrainians that will enrich this field in the future. Thank you.
First of all, can you hear me? Yeah, you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. We can hear you all right.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, I'm a supporter of Ukraine since the first days of the Maidan. I was on Maidan on February 2014, first time, and I already said the admiration I had for the Ukrainian people and how important was Ukraine for the fate of Europe. Since 2014, I have this deep feeling. I came very often in Ukraine. I was in Donbass 2 years ago. I was on the front line in 2020 from Mariupol, which I saw in its pride and glory till Luhansk. And of course, I was in Ukraine these last weeks because I was shooting a documentary about the resilience, the resistance, and the valiance and the courage of the Ukrainian army and of the civilians of the Ukrainian people. So this is my personal feeling. I am overwhelmed by admiration and respect for your people, your population, your civilians, and your president. Is this sentiment shared by France and by Europe? I think so. I think that there is a majority of Europeans today who believe that the capital of Europe today is Kiev, or Odessa, or Severodonetsk, or even Mariupol, a martyred capital of Europe, like Coventry in the Second World War, like a destroyed city by fascism. There is this strong feeling in Europe that you are the core of Europe. that you Ukrainians embody the values of Europe, the values of democracy, of belief in freedom, of courage, of chivalry, like a knight, who are at the bottom of European identity. These values, they are incarnated today by Ukraine. And I think that this belief is widely spread in European countries and in France also. I believe that today you are even the sentinels of Europe. Your war is our war. Your defeat would be our defeat. You are compelled to win this war. You cannot lose it. This is my feeling, and this is a feeling of a growing part of the European opinion. Because after you, there will be the rest of Europe. The real plan of Putin is, number one, we know that well, to destroy the Ukrainian nation, to deny to the Ukrainian people his identity, and after that, to destabilize the rest of Europe. You are the core and the rampart. You are the heart and the sword. You are you are fighting for you, for your families, for your homes, and for my family, for our families. That's why, personally, as soon as this war started, I came very soon after. I felt that it was my duty, and I felt immediately that your war was ours. If I was younger, maybe I would have enlisted myself in one of your units. Being who I am, able to hold the camera, able to film, able to investigate, I made a documentary which is going to be released very soon in France, I hope in the rest of Europe, and I hope in the United States. This film is a call for action addressed to the West, a call to deliver more weapons and a higher speed than it is for the moment, and it is a call for respecting the Ukrainian identity, the Ukrainian culture, and the nobility of this Ukrainian culture. This is the movie which I shot. By the way, I am the author of this film, but with my friend Marc Roussel, but the author is you Ukrainian people, the children whom I filmed, the fighters who made me the honor to embed me are the real authors of this movie. In these sort of movies, the real author is not the one who is behind the camera. It is the ladies, the gentlemen, the teenagers, the fighters, the heroes, ordinary heroes who are in front of the camera. They are the true authors of my documentary movie.
Now let me get back to our questions. Because Mr. Levy joined us, now I would like us to get back to our block of psychological questions. And I would like to address my question to Mr. Roman. The question relates to how we can withstand the psychological pressure during the war, and most importantly, how we are going to revive and restore after the victory. Thank you very much for the question again. Because I don't have much time, I would single out two levels at which we have to engage in this conversation. The first level being professional. we have a great deal of experience. Catherine before me spoke about that. We have 8 years of active experience since 2014. This was the first psychological relief service initiated by Maidan and installed in many regions in Ukraine. And in Lviv, we also have we also had a situation when there was a plane crash and 70 people died. And then we also had to do our relief work. So we have a lot of this professional experience. And this experience, you know, is getting more and more integrated into general world trends. Recently, we initiated one more activity. We invited our American colleagues. We have an arrangement to teach mind-body medicine and learn these practices, first of all, from them, and teach several thousand people, because we have already trained several hundred people at the initial stage. These people have started their training, and in addition to us, there are many more groups like that. Maybe they're even better, and they do it in a more professional way. They have been engaged in these activities for a longer time. So in this sense, we feel the backup of the Western professional circles and institutions and facilities. It's a new need. It's clear and understandable for the Ukrainian society. We have to organize this work ourselves. But we have a great relief ourselves, because we are not a vertically integrated community. We are a horizontally integrated community. And at the final count, one of the axes of this war, it's, you know, like it's a pyramid finding a network. We are representatives of a network. For us, it doesn't matter what is happening up there at the top. We are like ants working on the ground level, creating possibilities for self-help. Psychological, mental, professional help and relief lies probably in the first place in some kind of a psychological matrix. This is one part of the work that we are engaged in. And we are doing and deploying this work to the best of our ability. And the second part, I think it's a dimension of a social character. I seem to think that no public health system or psychological help may handle the tasks that we are challenged with. We still cannot quite imagine the scale of this traumatic experience we are faced with. A great number of our fellow citizens right now are being occupied. We will still be seeing new butchers. This is something that happened yesterday, the day before yesterday, the day before yesterday. It's happening today. This will still be happening while this occupation is going on. We have tens and thousands of survivors, victimized people, physically traumatized both physically and mentally. There is no care system in the world that can manage this. Social reorganization can cope with this. We need to create a society of social self-help, mutual help, socially oriented, socially responsible state. Just as I said it previously, we have a tradition already in place, but it needs to acquire a certain form or shape, probably a value orientation. We need to create this narrative, because ultimately an explosion is taking place, a social explosion, because the war burst out and millions of people were sent flying across the world. Some people flew to the front lines, some became refugees, some became internally displaced persons, some moved further abroad. We mustn't lose anyone. We have to build links and connections, and to connect these people with each other. This is very important, to keep the roll call of the nearest circle of our contacts and the broadest circle of our contacts. Nobody must be forgotten. Nobody must be left alone. This is the most important task that we are faced with in this social and humanitarian dimension. And this is what social institutions and facilities and the state, government and churches and humanitarian campaigns are all for. This is what our mental and psychological relief services are for, because war destroys connections. But our task is to maintain and develop these connections. It's one of the most important ways in which we can overcome this disastrous sensation and story that we find ourselves in. The better we can cope with this task, the fewer traumas we are going to have in the end. Whether this grief will become a trauma that will stall us, that will delay and drag down our progress, or whether it will become a post-traumatic experience, this will heavily also be influenced by both us and the perception of other international communities. So we are a large social group functioning at the national level, and I think that we are doing it well. Thank you, Mr. Roman. Well, we think that we have brought to a close the first block of psychological questions, and now we can safely take it to the second block of our issues to discuss, which are to do with religious matters.
Sorry. Before going to the church, I would like to start with something else and agree with the former speakers that the work of reconstruction and of social reorganization and of addressing and healing trauma is not taking place after the war, but is already going on now. The work of reconstruction is already taking place now in several forms. And the basis for this resilience is in the Maidan experiences and the volunteer movement and the NGOs and the professional development that emerged from the Maidan. So the civil society of Ukraine has become strong and was, so to say, prepared to not to a war, not to the crisis and the violence of a destructive war, but at least to be of support to each other and to the work of resistance. So I do not see a separation between the psychological resilience and the religious resilience. In the religious resilience, I would like to highlight two topics that are central to me from the tradition of faith. The one is witnessing the wounds, and the other is moral imagination of a future, the ability to imagine a different future. I think these are two values from religion, both Jewish, Christian religion, that are central in the situation now in responding to the crisis of war. Witnessing the wounds is what, before I go to the churches, it is what women do today in Ukrainian society, both in Ukraine and outside as refugees. Witnessing the wounds means taking care of the elderly, the children, the disabled, sitting at the kitchen table and listening to the stories, listening to and seeing the first faces of people who are frozen in their traumatic experiences, and trying to bring them and to listen them into speech. I think there it already begins the work of addressing trauma and of supporting the work of emotional labor. And that is often underestimated, that this is a source of resilience, a form of resilience and defense that is ultimately of value also for the future. Because there it begins in the emotional labor at kitchen tables, and war is seldom described from the kitchen table outwards. So before professionals come, there are women and taking care of others and hearing stories and seeing faces. This work of witnessing the wounds is also done by journalists who are Ukrainian journalists first, who could go, maybe, I know of women who could go abroad, but who have returned because they are journalists and they feel their calling as journalists to listen to what happened and to record the stories. So this is a form of that goes beyond any professional engagement, listening to the stories of grief and of bereavement and of extreme horror, and writing the stories, sharing the stories to the world. Also fact-finding missions of human rights activists and lawyers, collecting the data, which later will be the basis for holding those accountable who are committing the war crimes now. And then I come to the churches and to military chaplains and priests and teachers of theology. They are witnessing the wounds as well, and very directly at the military front, or with the families behind the front line. And I think church leaders are doing very important work in also in listening and sharing and speaking the truth about what is the personal tragedy behind this war, and not buy into war propaganda, but speaking about very personal grief and suffering, and also speaking truth about what is good, what is bad, what is evil, and how is evil harming the lives of the people. Then I come to the moral imagination. So the religious tradition has something like the kingdom of God or resurrection. And that is all moral imagination, because it is not in the logic of history. It's not in the logic of facts, not in the logic of war at all. And there with the theologian Jürgen Moltmann, I say, in the end, in the crisis, is the beginning. It is God can make a new beginning in the midst of trauma and of suffering and of death. This is a faith articulation, but it is also, I think, what Ukrainian society is doing by its artists, its musicians, those who are trying to imagine a different future in the midst of the war. And if you lose this moral imagination, then you lose the main source and resource of overcoming the horror and the suffering. So it is vital to have a moral imagination. And church leaders, when I see Sviatoslav Shevchuk of the Greek Catholic Church, every week he speaks to not only to his own flock, but to all Ukrainians inside and outside the borders, and giving them witnessing the wounds. That is what he does, and he also keeps open the future by testifying to a moral and religious imagination that goes beyond the atrocities. I think here churches, together with psychologists and with artists and with all ordinary citizens, are doing a very important work of reconstruction.
Alexandra, I would like to put a similar question to you. This is the question about the practical dimension. I would like to ask you, what is the status in the reality of the war of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church? And what influence can we expect after the war? Well, it's not a question to be answered within 3 minutes because we have survived, witnessed amazing stories within these months. And for me, the question of the church at present is the question of to what extent the church can really fulfill its duty to bring, nurture, and educate the individual. Because we all need Ukrainian subjectivity, the new Ukrainian human being, which is filled with this humanity, humanism. And the question to the churches is to what extent the church community is capable to answer this direct question about their calling. And it's a very interesting case in the case of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church during the war. And in this story, we've seen a lot of important aspects, like, for example, the church is not a uniform and homogeneous community. It's not a homogeneous community. It appeared that the priests have their own life, the bishops have their own life, and the faithful are living their own life. And that this is lack of unity has a catastrophic consequences. And the church, which under the conditions of crisis have to save the community, found itself in the middle of the crisis. And if we summarize the situation, I would like to tell you the following story. The experience of meeting the priest at the Father Andrei Pinchuk, who is a priest of Ukrainian Orthodox Church in a tiny village in the next to Dnipro, started a very important process of tribunal against the Patriarch of Cyril. And this initiative actually raised a wave in the Ukrainian society. And the Ukrainian society was surprised by the fact that there are so many priests in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church who do not want to stay under the conditions in which they find themselves. And they now actually are accusing the Patriarch Cyril. And there were a lot of consequences to this process. But Ukraine surprised everyone by the fact that the communities which are in crisis can actually respond in this manner. And this morning, Father Andrei was speaking, and actually we can listen to his intervention. We are living under a very unique situation when the church might be a source of propaganda and might raise concerns and put a lot of questions. But on the other hand, out of this living body, the new experiences and bodies are being born, which give us hope. When we are talking about the churches and the relations thereof with the society and the governments, we are looking at the bishop level, but we are not see that a lot of initiatives can come out of the experience of separate priests or separate faithful. Dear colleagues, we are coming to the completion of our panel, and I would like to give an opportunity to summarize our discussions and to listen to some visionary words. And first of all, to hear them from Mr. Miroslav Mirinovich, and after that, I would like to give the floor to Bernard Andrei Levy. Mr. Miroslav, in the Pen Club, several years ago, or maybe last year or the year before last, there was a topic which was discussed, and the topic was what is going to give us some strengths. And the question is the following: where can we get the resources to regenerate ourselves and to regenerate this country? Thank you. It's a very good question. And for us, it is always relevant. And the matter is that the strength is given to us by the feeling that we are doing the right thing and we are on the right side of history. And we get the strength from the feeling that we are fighting darkness. And that's why we would like to be on the side of light. And this is what we feel. And this is a very strong feeling. And to feel that you are at the side of good. But there are a lot of dangers are in front of us. We might not really notice that we might be moving away from this strong vision and this strong place we're occupying now. For example, I would like to allow myself to give you an illustration which is understandable to all of us. Everybody uses Facebook. And we see that so many people are actually writing, very angry posts, and they are trying to relieve their stress, and they use the hate language. We can understand all this, and we can understand why it happens. And we have a lot of reasons to hate, for hatred, but we forget that it is catching, contagious, and with our wrath, we might infect our readers, and they, in their turn, are actually answering us with the same wrath and the same hatred. And Facebook is actually transformed into the place of hatred from which we exit infected. And as a result, instead of loving the world, we start hating the world. And as a result, instead of being the people who carry light into this life, we become the carriers of darkness, because hatred is the manifestation of darkness. And we are trying through Facebook to relieve ourselves from the stress which we are living through. But as a result of such a behavior and such, ignoring of danger of hatred, we continue to feel the emptiness and void. And we have to remember that the soul is being resurrected and regenerated with light only when the individual is doing good. And we have to look around ourselves and to understand who we are helping with our good and whom can we save with doing good. And here I would like to recall a very important aspect. The military man who was injured during the war and crippled during the war coming back. And we have the relatives, our military men who died during this war. And all of them need attention to their state of grief, and they require assistance in satisfying their major needs, and we have to provide this assistance. And there is a very important aspect which I lived through in my own life. I was a political prisoner. I remember that after 6 months of 12 months staying under the investigation, I has been transported to the court hearing, and there was in the truck where I was carried, there was just a little opening, and I was looking into the free world through this opening. And all of a sudden, I saw young people who were hugging girls and who were laughing and had fun. And actually, I was terrified by understanding that the world didn't take into account that for 12 months I've been incarcerated. And I felt pain, awful pain. I understand that this pain was not fair versus those people whom I watched through that little opening. I understood that, but it was hurting. And I understand very well how our warriors coming back from their front line and see young boys who are hugging the young girls. And sometimes they don't even understand and realize that the war is going on. And these warriors feel awful trauma, awful pain. And I sacrificed my life, but nobody noticed it here. So it is so important to tell our warriors one very important idea and thought. In particular, dear friends, you are fighting today at the front line, not for people to be to actually grieving, but you are fighting for this nation to live a normal life. So please perceive it with understanding and be happy that this people still preserves a willingness to live a normal life. And be happy that Putin was not able to terrify us, and he was not able to destroy our willingness to live and to live a nice life. So this trauma can be overcome by our benevolence, by our mercy, by our understanding of their pain and our ability to somehow relieve this pain. Maybe this was not a direct answer to your question, but actually I wanted to tell all of you these particular thoughts of mine. Thank you very much. This is very important and relevant. And maybe the last, dear friends, Bernard Levy is not with us. So, dear friends, we would like to thank everyone who participated in our discussion today. It appeared that it is absolutely endless, but we understand that the war will stop. And after that war, we will have to take all the possible efforts to restore our country, to regenerate our country, and to regenerate ourselves. We are very grateful to our allies and partners who are helping us in this endeavor. We are very grateful to the participants of our today's discussion who helped, at least in the general terms, to more or less create this roadmap of our regeneration and restoration. Thank you very much, and see you soon. We would like to thank you on our behalf as well.